everyone, and welcome to the United We Stand Summit. We are so grateful to have all of you here. We're so grateful that many of you have come from far and wide across every corner of this country to be here. And this is a vitally important day because we are coming together to say we are stronger than hate. And when we stand together, recognizing that an attack on one group of us is an attack on all, we can prevail, we can unite, we can make this country stronger. And so we're very grateful. We're very grateful for all of you being here, and for those of you who will join us on stage, thank you for being so brave in contributing your thoughts, your experiences, and your wisdom. That noise was a good reminder for me to ask all of you to please silence your cell phones, and we will begin very shortly, and looking forward to today. Thank you all so much.
America, land of the free, home of the brave. Founded on the idea almost 250 years ago and unique among nations that we are all created equal. Over the centuries, we've learned that our differences are our strength, that all Americans are entitled to the freedom without fear to be who we are. But too often, that freedom is under attack.
You're looking at live pictures out of Charlottesville, Virginia. This is where violent clashes have broken out between white nationalists and counter-protests.
Our nation has been rocked by a series of attacks motivated by hate-fueled violence, extremist attacks on grocery stores, houses of worship, and ordinary Americans just walking down the street, the most basic and sacred parts of American life. Everyday Americans forced to live with the fear that they may be attacked just because of who they are, how they worship, or whom they love. This hate-fueled violence puts our democracy at risk. And sometimes it leaves us feeling powerless. But we've been tested before. And we know America can rise. Our history proves that America can do anything when we do it together.
I have a dream.
All Americans are to be afforded equal rights and equal opportunities.
We have never been held together by blood or background. We are bound by things of the spirit, by shared commitments to common ideals.
Amazing grace.
In spite of our many differences, Americans of all walks of life are overwhelmingly united in condemning and opposing hate-fueled violence. And from tragedy, we see healing. From cities and towns torn by violence, we marvel at their resilience, at the mending of that community fabric, ordinary Americans who turn pain into extraordinary purpose, renewing our democracy and strengthening our communities. Uniters who realize we are all responsible for building our more perfect union. That when we build civic bonds, when we include everyone, we strengthen our democracy. And that freedom, including the freedom to live without fear, is America's greatest strength. Together, we can meet this decisive moment. All of us are capable of becoming ordinary heroes, uniters who serve each other, protect each other, and lift this great nation.
What makes America unique is this common covenant that we have. It's called the Constitution.
United We Stand represents the very best of America.
They're powerful words, and I believe in them.
United We Stand is so in line with our Heal America principles, right?
One of the things that has to happen for us to be united is people need to find that they have a role to play.
There has to be work put in around building relationships.
And to figure out
what works best for our community.
As we stand united, it's really important for us to remember we are still not all the same.
The premise of democracy is not uniformity. It should be unity. That is the best of us.
A sense of real oneness in its most transcendent sense.
I think it's a two-part. I think united is coming together, and standing is, choosing to act as one.
This is something that I always felt like I belonged to because I'm born here, so I was born an American. We have a duty to see America through good times and bad. It's like a relationship.
So it's important for us to be able to come to the table and set the best positive example we can for our own families and for everyone in the community.
We must stand. We must be seen. We must raise our voice. We must be seen together. We must be heard together. That's the challenge that is before us.
We are Americans. And united we stand.
Please welcome to the stage, Brandon Wolfe.
Well, good morning, and I want to first thank the White House team for having me here today. You know, I have to start by acknowledging my fellow survivors of hate-fueled violence, the families and friends of those who've been stolen from us, and everyone directly impacted who made the courageous decision to be here with us this morning. And I say courageous because it takes tremendous courage to get up and face the world every day again, let alone join this important conversation that will undoubtedly tear open wounds and leave them feeling fresh. Because that's what hate violence does. It shatters communities. It shreds lives, and it leaves deep, tangled scars in its wake. I will never forget the night that hate-fueled violence turned my life upside down. The moment an ordinary night with friends became an extraordinary tragedy that rocked the entire globe. In the early hours of June 12th, 2016, everything about my life was normal. It was just after 2 a.m. A night with friends was winding to a close. I was just washing my hands at a bathroom sink. I remember, for some reason, a poster on the wall at drag queens' faces painted in vibrant colors. I remember this plastic cup teetering on the edge of the sink, looking like it might tumble to the floor. I remember how cold the water was from the faucet. And I remember gunshots. I remember the hair jolting up on the back of my neck. I remember panic, a sprint for the emergency exit. I remember willing myself to put one foot in front of the other, eyes locked on a sliver of light from a door left ajar. I remember wishing I got a chance to say goodbye to my parents, convinced that I would die right then and there. Some days I still feel like I can hear every one of the 110 rounds pumped into the club from an assault rifle. A man fueled by hate charged into Orlando's Pulse nightclub and opened fire that morning, murdering 49 mostly LGBTQ people of color. Among them were my best friends, Drew and Juan, who suffered 19 gunshot wounds. They never made it home to say goodbye. Those 49 people, my best friends, our stolen loved ones, they're not just numbers or statistics. They're missing faces at birthday parties. They're empty seats at dinner tables. They are the human cost of hate violence. Listen, rejecting extremism, combating violence, those things are not partisan issues. They're American issues. I have seen the power of hatred. It ripped my entire community apart, stole those I loved the most, and quite frankly, it still haunts me today. That's why I can say with confidence that we must combat hate and do everything in our power to push back against it. We must draw inspiration from today's summit to ask ourselves, how will we make our country better, safer, and freer from hate's grip? We have to decide today that we will no longer stand on the sideline. I'll be honest, it's going to take every single one of us to make good on our promise of creating a more perfect union. And that's why I am so honored to be working alongside each and every one of you toward a world, a country that we can all be proud of. And it's an honor to be in partnership with an administration who really understands the value of our voices and the importance of our stories. We are really lucky to have the leadership of our vice president. She is someone who has spent her entire career fighting for justice for survivors of violence and fighting to put a stop to hate-based violence. As district attorney of San Francisco, she established a hate crimes unit in her office and pushed to end outdated practices which had hampered efforts to bring perpetrators of hate crimes to justice. As Attorney General of California, she made sure that statewide law enforcement was aware of their responsibility to address these crimes and established an annual report so that the public knew the full extent of the problem. And of course, she continued that advocacy as a senator, where she introduced a bill to finally make lynching a hate crime in this country. Of course, we were all very glad to see the president finally sign that bill into law earlier this year. And so it is with great honor and privilege that I would like to introduce a leader who has been a fearless champion against hate, Vice President Kamala Harris.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Brandon, I want to say to you publicly what I said to you privately. Your courage, born out of such a violent tragedy, has been consistent and enduring. Long after the cameras left the scene of that horrific crime, you have used your voice to represent the voices of so many. Consistently, you have been doing this work. You inspire so many of us, and I thank you for your leadership. You are a national leader. Thank you. So, friends and family members of those we lost, civic and community leaders, and members of the clergy, your collective resilience, your compassion, and your commitment to action inspires me, inspires our administration, and inspires our entire nation. So it is a deep honor to be with you today. On this day, 59 years ago, 4 white supremacists planted dynamite in the basement of the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama. The blast took the lives of 4 beautiful little girls and injured over a dozen more people, including Sarah Collins Rudolph, who is with us here today. The bombing of 16th Street Baptist Church was an horrific act of violence, meant to instill fear and terror in the people of Birmingham and in the people of our nation, meant to warn them against continuing in the fight for civil rights. Instead, however, people across America of all races, all ages, all backgrounds, joined in response and refused to yield in the face of this injustice. They refused to yield to violence and to hate, as we do now. Less than a year later, President Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964, signed it into law. Today, America is again looking at and confronting the epidemic of hate-fueled violence. In Oak Creek, Orlando, Victoria, Pittsburgh, El Paso, Atlanta, Buffalo, and in so many other communities. We have seen our neighbors, our friends, our loved ones attacked simply because of who they are or where they pray. In 2020, hate crimes in the United States surged to the highest rate in over a decade. As you have heard, as a former prosecutor, as a former United States Senator, and now as Vice President of the United States, I know the horror, and the pain that these attacks cause. Earlier this year, I visited Buffalo to attend the memorial service of Mrs. Ruth Whitfield. And yesterday I returned there to meet again with the families, those families who lost loved ones in that tragedy. During both of my visits to Buffalo, I saw heartbreak and pain. And I also saw incredible determination. The determination to find hope in the midst of despair. The determination to meet darkness with light, to meet division with unity. It is a spirit that is shared by so many in this room. And it is the spirit our nation must summon today. Today, we must rededicate to joining together to help our communities prevent, respond, and recover from acts of hateful violence. And our administration is committed to lead in this effort by investing resources in violence prevention programs to stop these horrific acts, and by strengthening how we support communities after the unimaginable has happened. Earlier this year, after speaking with families in Buffalo, I began working with leaders in our administration to identify ways the federal government can better provide coordinated and on-the-ground support in the wake of these tragedies. Later today, our president will announce our work to develop and strengthen our coordinated federal response to support communities that have been touched, that have been hurt by this violence. As we will discuss during the day, this federal support must be just one piece of a whole of society effort to address hate-fueled violence. I strongly believe no one should ever be made to fight alone. Not on this. We must stand together. Students, parents, educators, faith leaders, business leaders, and law enforcement officials. And we must clearly say that a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. We are at an inflection point in our history, and indeed in our democracy. Years from now, our children and our grandchildren, they're going to ask us, what did you do at that moment? What did you do to help protect our communities, to fight hate-fueled violence, and to build a better nation? Well, I have confidence in what we're going to be able to say. We will tell them, we were all here together today, and we will tell them that in this moment, we stood united. We stood firm in our belief that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. We stood firm in our belief that out of many, we are one. May God bless you, and may God bless America. Thank you.
Please welcome clergy and tribal leaders to lead a moment of silence.
I am Reverend Eric S.T. Manning, the senior pastor of Mother Emanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Charleston, South Carolina, where on June 17th, 2015, during the evening Bible study, a lone white supremacist murdered 9 congregation members and left 5 survivors. After this demonstration of hate and violence, the family members led a united community who responded with love and stated that love is stronger than hate. It reminds us then, as now, that there is more that unites us than divides us, never forgetting that love is stronger than hate and that we can always celebrate each other for being a part of humanity.
My name is Rabbi Charlie Citron Walker. On January 15th of this year, 3 of my congregants and I were held hostage during services at Congregation Beth Israel in Colleyville, Texas, in an act of blatant anti-Semitism. During the ordeal, the Colleyville community came together, from the Catholic Church that opened their doors to our families, to our Muslim friends who brought them food and hugs. After we escaped, we were overwhelmed with love and support. We all need that love and support when tragedy strikes, and we need that love and support, each and every one of us, every day. We all need safety and acceptance. We all need compassion and kindness. We all need wholeness and peace.
My name is Mandeep Kaur. I represent the Sikh community of Oak Creek, Wisconsin. 10 years ago, a man barged into my Gurdwara, the Sikh temple, and began shooting spree that ultimately ended 7 lives. Later, we learned that the killer was a white supremacist, and that the attack was one of the worst in the American house of worship in decades. Sadly, Oak Creek is just one of the many places that have been affected by gun violence and hate. In Oak Creek, we have deepened community care, raised awareness about our faith and traditions, and built bridges between people. We want Oak Creek to be remembered not just a place of hate violence, where hate violence happened, but a community where neighbors work together every day to end a cycle of hate and biography. Today, let's carry the spirit of Oak Creek to every part of the United States and the world.
It has been an honor to be here today. My name is Usama Hassan. I am the Imam of Victoria Islamic Center in Victoria, Texas. About 6 years ago, our beloved mosque was destroyed completely and burned down to the ground as a result of a hate crime. It has been a long journey to recover, and we still have painful memories. And we miss our special mosque. It has never been the same, but with the love and support, exceptionally interfaith community and neighbors, we'll be able to build our new mosque and stand again in worship. We all pray for unity, safety, salvation.
I'm Reverend Walter Kim, and I serve as president of the National Association of Evangelicals. And today, I stand along with clergy and tribal leaders in an expression of solidarity as allies of those who have been attacked in sacred spaces of worship. These brief testimonies that we've just heard are a hint of the terrible tragedy and trauma that befell these houses of worship and communities. Yet, we have also heard of the powerful and redemptive embrace of love. We, the clergy and tribal leaders, represent the faith tradition of millions in America. And despite the profound differences of creed, we stand in the solidarity of grief and lament for all the victims of violence. We also stand in the solidarity of resolve that hate must not be met by indifference or isolation, but by courage and compassion as God's creation. And that solidarity has been beautifully demonstrated today in these cases and in many others. Religious communities and people of conscience and conviction gathering together to heal wounds, to comfort the afflicted, and to rebuild. As an expression of such solidarity, I invite us all to a moment of silence for all the victims of hate-motivated violence in their communities. Let me conclude this time of silence with the words from a prayer of my own tradition that has provided solace and strength for many over the centuries. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. May it be so. Amen. Please be seated.
Please welcome our MC for the day, Anna Navarro.
Good morning, everyone. And since it's the first day of Hispanic Heritage Month, buenos días. And I have to tell you, very few things make me nervous these days, but as a little Nicaraguan refugee girl, the significance of walking into the White House and being here in front of all of you will never, ever be lost on me or something I take for granted. It's an honor to be joining you today for this historic convening here at the White House. United we stand. These powerful words, 3 little words that represent the promise of America. I'm a proud immigrant. My family fled political turmoil in Nicaragua when I was 8 years old in search of freedom. We fled from a repressive regime and came to America. That experience has shown me in deeply personal terms what America means to the rest of the world. It means freedom. It means a country where our differences can be our strength. At our best, we truly are a shining city on the hill. But recently, like so many of you, I've felt shaken by what I'm seeing in our country. We've been rocked by increasing rates of hate-fueled violence, grocery stores, churches, bars, schools. These ordinary parts of American life that we all take for granted have been attacked. And these attacks don't just endanger the communities who are directly targeted. As Americans, we have to say that an attack on one group of us is an attack on all of us. What all these tragedies have in common is that they are rooted in hatred for others. Whether those others are in a gay club in Orlando, or a Jewish temple in Pittsburgh, or a Walmart in El Paso, or a grocery store in Buffalo, New York. Hate violence does not care whether it's a blue state or a red state, and neither should we as we embark on combating hatred. I've been a Republican since before I could vote. It's what you did when you came as a Nicaraguan exile to Miami in the 80s. And I believe that it's going to take all Americans of goodwill, working hard, regardless of our party or our politics, to come together to denounce violence, stand up for our freedom, and reject hate. Because the truth is that hate-fueled violence doesn't stop to ask for your voter registration before an attack. I know this. My cousin MJ, strong Republican donor and voter at the time, her son Jerry Wright died at Pulse. And I've seen what that did to our state, to our community, and to our family. That is what being an American is all about, the civic duty to help from our more perfect union. I'm inspired by the bipartisan community leaders from across the country who are gathered here today out of their love for country and who are ready to stand together and get to work. Unity is not about red or blue. It's not about Republican or Democrat, rural or urban, rich or poor. It's not about skin color. None of that protects us or those we love from hate-filled violence. Unity means understanding that and coalescing around a common purpose of confronting and eradicating hate. Let me say that again. Unity means standing with a common purpose of confronting and eradicating hate. Today's summit is a historic convening. The last time in my adult lifetime I felt an undeniable and overwhelming sense of national unity, sadly, was 9/11. And it shouldn't take a terrorist attack from foreign foes, killing thousands of our country people, for our country to be brought together. Bipartisan leaders of diverse backgrounds and viewpoints from across the country are here to talk about the challenges we face and the hate-fueled violence that has torn so many of our communities apart. This morning, we'll hear about the scope of the challenge. We'll learn from counterterrorism experts about the changing nature of the threats that we face here at home. And we'll hear from survivors of hate-fueled attacks about how this violence has changed their lives. Then, this afternoon, we'll focus on the solutions to the challenge and the new commitments being made at this summit here today. So as we get started, I'd like to propose 2 ground rules. First, you're going to hear perspective today that you might not agree with. That's a good thing. That's okay. Our democracy thrives on healthy debate. Let's all approach this conversation with courtesy and an open mind. Second, we're going to see courage and bravery on display. We're honored to be joined today by a group of survivors from across the country, people who have faced unimaginable pain, but have channeled their grief into action to protect others. It takes real courage to tell your story. So let's extend our appreciation and support for survivors who are here so that the country understands what they have experienced. It is my honor next to help open the program with a message from leaders of 5 civil rights organizations who are seated here before me. Hi, Cindy. Following the horrific and racist massacre in Buffalo targeting African Americans, they wrote a letter to the president calling for a national summit hate-fueled violence, on hate-fueled violence, and here we are. They helped make this happen. So thank you for your leadership. We're going to hear from them about the crisis we face as a nation, as hate-fueled violence increases, and what our country can do to meet this challenge.
Whether it is in Buffalo, whether it is in Charleston, whether it is in Atlanta for the Asian American community, obviously the LGBTQ community with the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, El Paso with the Hispanic community. The list goes on and on. So it was clear to us we need to do something more, to get together, to talk about our shared pain, but through that also our shared power.
It's time for us to come together, a summit at the White House, a summit at the People's House, to exchange our experiences, to let each other first know that we are not alone in being victimized, and therefore we must not be alone in a victory over those that engage in hate-filled violence.
This is the reason I'm here today, representing our communities that have been targeted again and again.
So I'm hopeful because I see people on the ground in their communities stepping up, taking this threat seriously, and working together to strengthen those communities.
I am personally hopeful because I think when people get together, when they get together in serious conversation and discussion and commit to action, powerful things happen, change happens, and transformation is the result.
Our hope is that the United We Stand Summit will catalyze those conversations, will spark those conversations, and cause us to think differently both about each other and what we all represent together as Americans.
I think it is imperative that we show a united front, that people understand whether they are anti-Semitic, anti-Asian American, anti-LGBTQ, anti-Latino, anti-Native American, that we are united.
It's not just about what happened here. It's about what we do next.
My hope is that this summit is an accelerant. It's a motivator, it's an initiator, it's an accelerator, and that it will inspire local communities. It will inspire local faiths, local leaders, local electeds, local business, labor, and civic leaders to join together in this war against hate and extremism in this country.
We know we can't do it alone. We can't confront hate crimes, white supremacy, and violent extremism alone. As the name suggests, we're all here at the United We Stand Summit because our power comes from working together and supporting each other against our common enemy, hate.
Let's hear another round of applause for the 5 civil rights leaders who called for this summit. And I think it shows us, and too often it doesn't happen, the strength and power that comes from getting together and in unity asking for something. So thank you for helping us come together today. Hate-fueled violence poses an existential risk to our democracy. It is the greatest threat facing our homeland, and it is corroding our civic life. This isn't just my opinion. It's the consensus view of numerous of our country's leading experts on counterterrorism. I'm pleased to introduce 2 distinguished experts on violent extremism, Dr. Cynthia Miller-Idris and Bill Braniff. Dr. Miller-Idris is the director of the Polarization and Extremism Research and Innovation Lab at American University Innovation Lab. Bill Braniff is the director of the National Consortium for the Study of Terrorism and Responses to Terrorism and a professor of the practice at the University of Maryland. Together, they will share their expertise to help us understand on a deeper level what we already innately know, that this rise in violent extremism is uniquely dangerous to the well-being of American democracy and the American people. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Miller-Idris and Mr. Braniff.
21 years ago, this very week, on 9/11, I was a scout platoon leader of an armor battalion. I thought I was going to get out, teach high school English, and coach a cross-country team. But like many others, I've dedicated my career to counterterrorism since then, working at the Combating Terrorism Center at West Point and at the University of Maryland at START, training FBI special agents and DoD special operators about international terrorism and testifying in federal terrorism cases. But in 2019, drawing upon 5 different START databases that look at terrorism and hate crime across ideologies, I testified before the Senate that over the last decade, perpetrators of domestic terrorism and hate crime were more numerous, more lethal, engaged in more plots and financial crimes, and had a higher success rate in their violent plots than foreign terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda or ISIS, or the homegrown violent extremists inspired by them, despite their continued threat to America. The data I was citing was authoritative and compelling, and I'll share some of it with you today. But I wasn't making a particularly unique point. By early 2020, I had participated in multiple meetings with senior leaders from the FBI, the intelligence community, even the State Department. These were the 9/11 generation of counterterrorism professionals, and they were all quietly raising the alarm about domestic terrorism, and the threat has only grown. In the 3 years since I testified, the number and lethality of terrorist attacks have generally continued on an upward trend, as you can see by the blue line, punctuated by spikes in highly lethal terrorism, represented by the yellow line, resulting in several years where 70 or more attacks have occurred, higher numbers than we've experienced since the early 1980s. We've seen a lethal attack targeting a Sikh temple in Wisconsin, a black church in Charleston, a sorority in Santa Barbara, an office Christmas party in San Bernardino, a synagogue in Pittsburgh, the Latino community at a Texas Walmart, a naval base in Pensacola, and a grocery store in Buffalo, among too many others. But hate-fueled violence doesn't just happen in high-profile terrorist attacks. It manifests in daily acts of hate crime too, and the numbers here are staggering. Conservatively, law enforcement organizations report well over 7,000 hate crimes to the FBI annually. That is, crimes motivated by bias against race, religion, disability, gender, sexual orientation, ethnicity, or gender identity. But we know the numbers are actually much higher due to low reporting rates. Hate crimes in the US are at the highest level in 12 years, with over 8,000 hate crimes reported to the FBI in 2020, affecting over 11,000 victims. Approximately 90% of hate crime perpetrators are motivated by biases consistent with white supremacy, male supremacy, or both. Hate incidents targeting people because of their race are the largest category of hate crimes, and over half are motivated by anti-Black racism. Anti-Semitic incidents are at an all-time high, according to the Anti-Defamation League. And while anti-Semitic perpetrators account for only 10% of the perpetrators in our data, they comprise the largest percentage of offenders who planned or committed mass casualty attacks, more than 1 in 3. And we should note that 11% of hate crime perpetrators plan or commit mass casualty attacks, and 60% plan or commit attacks targeting 1 to 3 people. Therefore, nonviolent hate crimes reflect a true threat that can't just be minimized as vandalism or intimidation. Xenophobic conspiracy theories aimed at perceived immigrants and foreigners are driving hate-fueled violence as well. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we've suffered a surge in hate-fueled violence against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. The FBI documents a 77% increase in anti-Asian hate from 2019 to 2020 alone, and that's just the first year of the pandemic. Hate crimes targeting victims perceived as Latino, Muslim, or Arab grew as a percentage of the total in our data, from less than 5% in the 1990s to over a quarter of all attacks over the last 2 decades, with a significant spike in anti-Latino motivations starting in 2016. Similarly, anti-Muslim terrorist attacks have risen significantly, with 80% of the attacks that have occurred since 2000 happening after 2009. And that's even considering the backlash that occurred after 9/11 against the Muslim community. You can see the increase in crimes against people in blue and property in yellow. Hate, and especially violent hate crimes targeting the LGBTQ+ community, have spiked, as highlighted recently by the thwarted white supremacist violence at an Idaho Pride parade. In fact, hate crime offenders were 2.5 times more likely to commit violent crimes against people they targeted on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity than hate crime perpetrators motivated by other biases. And we've seen repeated male supremacist attacks against women, such as at a Florida yoga studio and the targeting of a federal judge in New Jersey. In addition to serving as a primary motivation in many violent attacks, misogynistic ideas are being incorporated into other violent ideologies, creating a toxic mix. What does all this mean? As domestic violent extremists use hate-fueled violence to drive wedge issues deeper and deeper into our social fabric, and hateful narratives and conspiracy theories get absorbed into our partisanship and our culture wars, hostile foreign governments throw gasoline on the fire, stoking us with righteous anger towards one another, manipulating and dividing us through hate and weakening our democratic institutions. In addition to being a moral issue and a public safety issue, hate-fueled violence is a national security issue. But if policymakers focus only on the 70 or so terrorist attacks that occur in a given year, and not the 7,000 plus hate crimes, they'll make national security and public safety decisions based on less than 1% of the ideologically motivated crime that occurs in this country. This fails the victims of hate crime and their communities. It minimizes the national security implications of hate. If we're honest, it's not just policymakers. There is roughly one print news story for every 10 hate crimes reported to the FBI. We barely acknowledge them in our national discourse. In fact, this event is the first time in our careers that we've seen hate-fueled violence approached in a way that addresses the harms caused both by terrorism and hate crime. And this more holistic approach makes it more obvious that no community is spared from the implications of hate-fueled violence, and we must act.
Nearly 3 years ago, I founded the Polarization and Extremism Research and Innovation Lab at American University, where we design and test out-of-the-box ideas to prevent violent extremism and hate-fueled violence in online and community-based settings. I've been a professor of education for 20 years, and am now also a professor in a Department of Justice, Law, and Criminology. And I've spent all that time studying school and educational-based responses to global hate and violent extremism, focused on what works to prevent violence. Why is this happening? Hate-fueled violence is nothing new in the United States, and nearly every group in America has been a victim of it. The legacy of mass violence against Native Americans is foundational to our nation's story. From the Ku Klux Klan to the Tulsa Race Massacre, there is a long history of brutal vigilante and mob violence against Black Americans. There was massive violence against Chinese migrants in the late 1800s, a period when we also had hate-fueled violence against Irish immigrants and mob violence and lynchings of Italians and Catholics. We've had repeated bombings and attacks on synagogues and mosques and other forms of lethal intimidation against Jews, Muslims, the Latino community, immigrants, and the LGBTQ+ community throughout history. But hate-fueled violence, as Bill just described, has recently surged. This growth has been driven by many factors, including a reactionary backlash to demographic changes and a rising belief in conspiracy theories, especially conspiracies that falsely claim there's an intentional plan orchestrated by national or global to generate hysteria. Record-breaking numbers of hate groups emerged after the election of the first Black US president, topping 1,000 for the first time in 2010. And those hate groups quickly exploited social media and new online channels to share hate and propaganda, helping extremism seep into the mainstream. Meanwhile, law enforcement and intelligence services focused almost exclusively on the international threat, while making missteps in counterterrorism efforts that occasionally violated civil rights, especially for Muslims, and contributed to rising xenophobia. Hate group propaganda fostered a climate of fear that encouraged people to feel they lacked control, were under threat, and should fear outsiders. Opportunistic politicians, foreign governments, and media personalities have also deployed these tactics, further polarizing us and helping create conditions in which hate and violence could thrive. These trends affect us all. There was a time when hate was a destination you had to seek out by signing up for a racist newsletter or going through formal initiation rites to become a member of a neo-Nazi group. The broad landscape of internet communications has changed all of this. In the digital world, hate is commonplace. Hate finds you. In virtual gaming forums, chat rooms, and social media platforms, hate is so common that after the Uvalde, Texas gunman's extreme misogyny and violent threats against teen girls online came to light, teenagers who had observed his digital rage said they didn't report it because it's just how online is. This isn't just the dark web of encrypted and anonymized platforms. It happens right in mainstream social media and online spaces, and on cable news and radio shows. Violent and hateful content often comes in the form of ironic memes and cartoons, which embed racist, misogynistic, and anti-Semitic content in ways that make it seem like it's just a joke or a game. And those memes don't just live online. They're shared in cell phone text chats, in jokes on sports teams, and in everyday life in the real world of our neighborhoods, our workplaces, and our communities. Online hate and the offline world are in a constant feedback loop. American teenagers today spend more than half their waking hours online, averaging 9 hours per day of screen time. And 64% of them report encountering hateful content on social media. The Center for Countering Digital Hate tracked 500 of the most viewed anti-LGBTQ+ tweets this year and found they were seen at least 72 million times in a matter of months. In this context, it's easy to see how people who do not espouse violence sometimes find themselves on platforms that traffic in dehumanizing content, which can desensitize them to the material. Some will follow hyperlink after hyperlink into an ever deeper rabbit hole of us versus them thinking that calls for violence. Some of these spaces are unregulated by design, while others have moderators who struggle to keep up with the volume of hateful and harmful content. Even with the vast resources at their disposal, the tech sector has not sufficiently responded to the high levels of online hate. Major social media platforms failed to take action on 84% of posts containing anti-Semitic conspiracies or abuse, and 89% of anti-Muslim hatred and Islamophobia, even when incidents are reported to moderators. It isn't only the online world that's a problem. Reports of white supremacist propaganda in the form of flyers, posters, banners, and stickers in places like dog parks and college campuses more than doubled recently, hitting an all-time high of more than 5,000 incidents. Just 5 years ago, neo-Nazi and white supremacists marched across the University of Virginia campus in Charlottesville, chanting, "Jews will not replace us," and fueling violence that injured dozens of people and killed anti-racist protester Heather Heyer. With that scale of a problem, it's no surprise to hear that communities across the country are struggling with the impact of hate-fueled violence. Over the past few years, my research lab has had a constant stream of requests for help. We've heard from a brewer in Vermont, a group of Christian pastors in Texas, retirees in Indiana, all unexpectedly grappling with extremism and conspiracy beliefs or hate groups in their congregations, their employees, and in their neighborhoods. They aren't the only ones. I've heard from librarians, teachers and school principals, veterans, parents and grandparents, and mayor's offices. People across the country are struggling to find a response to the rising hate and harm they are witnessing in their own communities. Daily acts of hate create the fertile ground that can radicalize and mobilize fringe actors to violence. But they also create tremendous fear and anxiety for targeted groups and undermine a sense of belonging and well-being in ways that echo far beyond their original victims. Hate-fueled violence undermines social cohesion at the family, community, and national level. This kind of violence leaves communities with tremendous emotional and physical trauma. Research on survivors and witnesses of hate-fueled violence, terrorism, and mass shootings has documented years-long physical and psychological effects that live in the body. In addition to physical injuries sustained in attacks, these impacts include post-traumatic stress disorder, alcohol and substance abuse, social phobia, hypertension, panic attacks, and major depression, alongside increased risks of suicidal behavior and ideation, and even chronic dysfunction. Millions of Americans from targeted groups report high levels of fear because of their experiences with hate and violence, especially in the wake of attacks against their identity group, when they experience heightened stress and anxiety about their personal safety and the well-being of their communities and loved ones. After the Orlando Pulse nightclub shooting, researchers found that people who shared the Latino or LGBTQ+ identities of the victims experienced greater acute stress than people who do not hold those identities. In one survey last year, only half of Asian American and Pacific Islanders said they feel safe going out. So what do we do about all of this?
Through our work, Cynthia and I have seen vicious cycles in which acts of hate foster a hostile culture that leads to more acts of hate. But we've also seen virtuous cycles in which civil society builds on its strengths and crowds out vulnerabilities to hateful, manipulative, and divisive appeals. This resilience increases our ability to prevent hate-fueled violence from taking root, recover after a tragedy when one does occur, and renew our commitment to American civic culture in order to crowd out that hate.
Prevention is not just a security issue. It needs to include deep investments in public civic education and media literacy. We have a growing body of evidence that when we equip people with the tools to reject propaganda and manipulative online content, we can effectively steer them away from the path to hate-fueled violence. It can be done in videos as short as 30 seconds. In research on educational tools designed for parents and caregivers, small business owners, and local government leaders, we found it takes less than 10 minutes of reading for people to significantly improve their knowledge about harmful online content and their confidence to intervene in a potentially violent situation.
Research also tells us that while we can decrease the likelihood of hate-fueled violence through prevention work, we won't be able to eliminate it entirely. And because we know that perpetrators are harming entire communities through their violence, we have a responsibility to respond in ways that help communities heal. This requires emotional support, but also resources directed to survivors, including funds for community wage loss, the costs of damage and building repairs, and medical and funeral bills for victims of hate-fueled violence. And regarding renewal, how do we create virtuous cycles that build on our collective strengths? First, institutions like our political institutions, businesses, our media, have to recognize when the incentive structures that they promote sow division instead of unity, and take steps to reverse that. And second, we have the ability to reinforce civic norms and values in our own choices. Simple but profound acts of civic engagement, like serving as a poll worker so that your neighbor can vote, is both a rejection of hate and an act of civic renewal.
Inclusive democracies have to be nurtured through education and civic participation, not just defended by force. The best way to fight hate-fueled violence is by making mainstream society more resilient and less vulnerable to the propaganda and conditions that fuel that hate. We are not helpless, but it will take a whole-of-society approach to reduce the fertile ground in which hate thrives.
Thank you, Dr. Miller Idris and Mr. Braniff, for that sobering overview. Our nation truly is at a decisive moment as we confront this increasing violence. We've heard so far about the changing threat landscape that the United States faces and the ways that extremist violence puts our nation at risk. But sometimes it can be hard to understand what this increasing extremism means on a more personal level. I'm thrilled to introduce my friend, our next moderator, Lisa Ling. Lisa is a skilled journalist and a trusted storyteller who has spent years bringing to life the stories of ordinary Americans and the impact that hate and racism has had on their lives. Please welcome to the stage, Lisa Ling.
Gracias, Ana. So great to see you. It is an inexplicable honor to be here with all of you today. As a journalist for over 30 years, I have tried so hard in my work to bridge divides and allow people to better know and understand their fellow Americans. And never has there been a more important time to do that than right now, during these deeply divided times that are being exacerbated, as we just heard, by the fact that algorithms are thinking for us and pushing all of us to extremes. We Americans from every race and background have to fight against this. Now, I'm not sure if you noticed, but I narrated video that opened this program this morning, and reading those words as an Asian American whose community has, until recently, been largely excluded from American history books, popular culture, and even politics, and as a result, suffered from decades of scapegoating and even attacks. But this moment, being part of this summit that recognizes our shared history and our shared responsibility to uphold our American values, means everything to me. And today is all about us Americans standing up in the face of hate together. And to help us better understand the crisis of hate-fueled violence, we're going to hear from somebody who has experienced firsthand how harmful and dangerous extremist organizations can be. Please join me in welcoming the extraordinary Christian Piccolini to the stage. See you, Christian. Welcome to the White House, Christian.
Thank you.
So I don't know if you all know this, but Christian was once a leader in a white supremacist organization fueled by hate and violence. And I wonder, Christian, if you could just briefly tell us about how that path started, what propelled you onto it.
Yeah. Well, first I want to say I'm incredibly humbled to be here. It's an honor, but I would be remiss if I didn't point out my privilege in being here. Given my past, we still live in a country where black and brown Americans often aren't getting second chances or even first chances in many cases. So I'm just very grateful to be here. For me, it started in 1987. It was 2 months before I was 14 years old. And I was standing in an alley smoking a joint, and a man with a shaved head walked up to me, pulled the joint from my mouth, looked me in the eyes, and said, "That's what the communists and the Jews want you to do to keep you docile." Of course, at 14, I didn't really know what a communist or know if I'd even met a Jewish person or even know what the word docile meant, to be quite honest. But it was the first time in my life that I felt as though somebody was paying attention to me. I wasn't raised a racist. My parents are Italian immigrants that emigrated to the United States in the mid-1960s, and I wasn't raised that way at home. In fact, I was raised around people who were different. But unfortunately, because my parents were immigrants, they had to work extremely hard. So I didn't see my parents sometimes 6 or 7 days a week. 14 hours a day, they were off working. So I was raised by grandparents and aunts and uncles. And I felt abandoned by my parents. Of course, I know now that they didn't abandon me, they were just working hard. But I was searching for 3 really important things that I think we all search for in our lives, and that was a sense of identity, community, and purpose. And the first people to really show me anything like that was, unfortunately, a group of neo-Nazi skinheads in Chicago. And the man who walked up to me that day in the alley was America's first neo-Nazi skinhead leader, and saw very directly in me a young man who was searching for something, and made some promises that were false, and kind of reeled me in hook, line, and sinker, because I started to feel that camaraderie before the racism started to register. But then, of course, the racism was kind of the cost of admission. So I swallowed it, and I believed it. And in the course of 8 years, until I was 23 years old, was a leader. I was a propagandist. I wrote racist music and sang songs that were meant to radicalize people, and also to intimidate people. And I found myself for 8 years willingly part of this movement. And as part of that, I was perpetrating violence. I was recruiting other people. And it didn't really register with me until I started to have some things happen in my life that really woke me up to a new sense of identity, community, and purpose.
And so you got out when you were 23 years old?
Yes.
And now you have really dedicated your life to trying to help others get out. What does it take to get someone to adopt or follow the path that you eventually went on to follow?
Yeah, and I think it's really important to understand that ideology really isn't the primary initial driver for people to become recruited. Again, it's that search for identity, community, and purpose. But in life, as we search for those things, we all hit what I call potholes. And potholes are trauma. They're things that happen to us that are difficult to surmount. And they detour us to the fringes where people are actively trying to recruit people. And I think that if we understand it's not primarily about ideology and it's about these potholes, these traumas, and the search for identity, community, and purpose, that better informs us on what we can do to make sure young people, or anybody for that matter, doesn't go down that route. People ask me, like, what can we do to solve extremism? And I say it's not simple, but it's kind of simple. We need access to healthcare, we need access to education, we need jobs, we need all the things that promote healthy, stable lives.
Can you just expound on that healthcare piece?
Yeah.
Why is healthcare essential in trying to pull people out of extremism?
Well, I think when people are in pain, when people are suffering, when people struggle, they search for answers for that pain. And there are really active people with very loud voices and sometimes very influential people nowadays on big media platforms who are painting the blame for that pain on the other. And it's much easier to swallow something if you don't think it's your fault, if it's out of your control to fix. So I think that we live in a society, unfortunately, where people have potholes in their lives, and
access to the right kind of health care.
Yeah, and access
is so challenging.
Yes, and as Americans, there are so many of us that still don't have access to proper health care. And that, could be one of the things that steers somebody to look for answers in really toxic environments.
It's been a long time since you were actively engaged in the white supremacist organization, and we've been hearing all morning about the astronomical increase in the number of people who are seeking it out. To what do you attribute that increase, and what role do you think media and social media has had on that?
Yeah, well, when I was recruited in 1987, we didn't have the internet. We didn't have access to social media. It was really something that you found in a dark alley, like I did, or in the back of a magazine, or in a photocopied newsletter, or at a small meeting, at some kind of dark, place. Nowadays, all we have to do is look at our phones or our computers to have access to the same type of hateful propaganda that recruited a 14-year-old me. We also today have technology that didn't exist, so extremists are learning to use and leverage that technology to further their goals. I would say that the other catalyst that is different today is we have very influential voices who are parroting the same exact things that a 14-year-old neo-Nazi Christian used to parrot. And that's disturbing and that's dangerous. When people who have agency, who have power, and have people that listen to them are spouting, this hateful rhetoric, it is going to, unfortunately, I think, fool some Americans into believing that that's the right way, and it's not.
Well, and it's also just validating that way of thinking.
Yeah, it validates it, and I think that, when you have somebody in power or somebody who is influential spout those things, we tend not to question those voices because we've been conditioned to trust those people. And I'm not saying we shouldn't trust people who have power, who have influence, but I think that words matter. And I think we have to very carefully choose our words. But I would say the most important thing I think that could really help us in this moment is accountability. I really believe that redemption without accountability is just privilege. To me, it is the most important thing. When I work with people, I've helped hundreds of people disengage from hate groups. And the thing that's at the top of my list is accountability. They must be accountable for who they were and what they've done. I've held myself accountable for almost 30 years, and I would expect the same from other people. And I think without that accountability, we really are sabotaging ourselves. This isn't going to work.
You said, Christian, people, they aren't born hating people.
Yeah.
So what can we do to prevent young people from going down that dangerous path, before they actually become vulnerable to that kind of indoctrination?
Yeah, well, I think one of the most important things, and I come up against this wall all the time with professionals, therapists, psychologists, teachers, educators, they need to understand that they are the first line of defense. They are the first people to recognize this in young people, along with parents. But oftentimes we tend to not want to get involved in other people's business, or it might just be too complicated. I think we need to start paying attention more to young people. But I will also point out that it isn't just young people that are searching for identity, community, and purpose with, potholes. As adults, as older people, we have a lifetime of potholes. There were no 14-year-olds on January 6th who stormed the Capitol, right? These were professionals, these were adults. These are people with a lifetime of divorce and health issues and job loss, and are also, maybe at retirement age, looking for that sense of identity, community, and purpose. And I'll just end with this. I think as a nation, we are also struggling to find our sense of identity, community, and purpose. And we have a history of potholes that we haven't addressed. And I think that until we do that, we are creating an environment, maybe unintentionally, that is going to spawn more people that used to be like me.
Yeah, and we all... We all have a responsibility to help each other pick up those pieces as well. Christian Piccolini, thank you for sharing your story, your insights, and thank you for your incredible work. It's so great to see you.
It's my honor.
Thank you, Christian. So we've heard this morning about the threats that hate-fueled violence poses for our democracy, our civic life, and for our safety. We're going to hear now about how hate-fueled violence changes lives. I'm going to be joined in just a moment by 6 extraordinary Americans, each of whom is a survivor of a hate-fueled attack or a family member who has lost a loved one to this violence. All of these survivors have turned their pain into purpose. They have become advocates, standing up against hate and leaders in their communities. They are going to be sharing their just incredible stories of resilience and recovery and what their experiences can teach us all. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Dawn Collins, Vilma Kari. Oh, we're still putting the chairs on. Just one moment. I got ahead of myself. These guys are like, come on, we're not ready. Hasn't this been incredible, though? Such a powerful day. Hopefully giving everyone fuel to go back into our communities and lead the charge in combating hate-fueled violence. Set, guys? As you're continuing to place the florals, I'm going to start introducing our panelists. First up, we have Dawn Collins. We also have, oh, Dawn, are you coming onto the stage? Here she is. Come on up, Dawn. Vilma Kari, Joseph Morgan, Race Buyan, Pardeep Kaleka, and Myra Albiar. Welcome, everyone. We need one more chair. I tell you what, we could move this way and I could stand at the podium if that's okay, because I don't know if can we fit another chair up here? Yeah? Okay, that works.
There you go.
If I can get through this panel
without crying. I'll be very impressed with myself. It is such an honor to be in your presence. Thank you so much for joining us here. Race, I want to start with you, if that's okay. We just commemorated and remembered those lost on 9/11. You were attacked after 9/11 in an attack that was fueled by Islamophobia. And you did something incredible. You really fought hard to advocate to spare the life of your attacker. And I want to just ask you, what compelled you to make that decision to fight so hard for the person who violently attacked you and also killed 2 others?
Well, thank you so very much for the question. Thank you to President Biden for hosting this event. A special thank you to the White House staff and everyone for making it possible for us to come together today. I'm truly honored to be here. Allow me to take a step back. After graduating as a pilot officer from the Bangladeshi Air Force, I did not feel my destiny was there. I eventually left my career and moved to New York City. Growing up watching Wild Wild West movies, I could not resist a friend's invitation to visit Dallas, Texas. Excited to see the ranches, cowboys, bars with their famous swinging doors, though I never did find one. A few months before 9/11, I moved to Dallas, Texas, working in a friend's convenience store by day and studying computer science by night. On September 21st, 2001, as I stood behind the counter, a man walked in, pointing a sawed-off double-barrel shotgun straight at my face, and he asked, "Where are you from?" Despite pleading for my life, he pulled the trigger from point-blank range and left me for dead on a cold, concrete convenience store floor. When I regained consciousness, the hospital discharged me and told me to arrange follow-up medical treatments on my own. Eventually, I went through several eye surgeries, but I lost vision in one eye. The right side of my face and skull was and remains peppered with more than 3 dozen shotgun pellets. I can feel them. I lost my job, my home, my sense of security, and my fiancé, but gained more than $60,000 in medical bills. I reached out to organizations like the Red Cross, but received no support. I lost a great deal, but did not lose my dreams, hopes, and faith in God. And in 2009, I was extremely fortunate to go on a religious pilgrimage. Though I had forgiven my attacker, but it wasn't until I was in Mecca I truly began reflecting upon the shooting incident and my would-be killer sitting on death row waiting to die. And I began to see him as a human being like me, not just a killer. I saw him as a victim too. My faith and upbringing gave me the courage and strength not only to forgive, but also fight to save the life of the man who tried to end mine. And with the support of friends, mentors, I launched a global campaign to try to save his life from Texas death row. And when he heard about the diverse coalition of Hindus, Christians, Jewish, Muslims, atheists, and all who rallied together, he was deeply moved. Before he pulled the trigger, he saw me as less than human, a threat. But when he got to know me, he called me brother in a phone conversation, and he renounced his hateful views. What I want from people that people will find ways to treat each other as humans first, regardless of race, religion, skin color, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, ethnic or cultural background. And I want people to stand up against all manifestations of hate and intolerance and stand up against human suffering regardless of the victims.
I also just want to point out that the man who attacked Race, he was eventually executed, but he went on to tell Race that he loved him, and he thanked the Muslim community as well. Just incredible, incredible story.
You ready? Good. So Dawn, you lost your son, Second Lieutenant Richard Collins III, in a racially motivated shooting not far from here on the campus of the University of Maryland. And before he was taken, he told you that he believed that the world would know his name.
Yes, he did.
Here we are in the White House.
Wow.
Saying his name. What does that mean to you?
It means that the Almighty has heard my prayers, that a change is going to come, and that his death is not in vain. Lisa, I am adamant about speaking my son's name and speaking to the fact that he is Lieutenant Richard Collins III. And why that is very important, there are those who put a name on what true patriotism is. And I stand here to say that my family, we are patriots. My son would have been third generation military. He had taken an oath to defend this country against all enemies. Not Black America, white America, but all enemies. And when he took that oath, that was the proudest day of his life. I remember after dinner that evening, he came and said, "Mom, I made it. And I believe one day I will be that general." And I said, "Son, you can do it." So when this individual put that knife in my son's chest, he didn't know that he was a defender of this nation. He didn't care. All he saw was a Black man. And I tell people that my son created or committed the ultimate sin in that he told this individual, "No, I will not step left." And that's when he put the knife in his chest. So what I say, my son may not be here in body, but he's here in spirit. Amen. And his mom is not asking what others can do. I'm doing it. My husband and I are doing it.
Don. Pardeep, you lost your father 10 years ago in the attack on the Sikh temple in Oak Creek, Wisconsin. And what are you doing now to reach out to people? You are actively trying to de-radicalize extremists. How are you going about doing that?
Yeah, I want to thank everyone. I saw so much family today that I've saw in the past 10 years. Those that have been doing this work, who have survived, I see them in the crowd right now. And some of the way that I do this work is I rely on the courage of you all and everything that you all do. The Sikh community, as the Vice President pointed out, this was the deadliest hate crime committed in a house of worship by an affiliated white supremacist in nearly 50 years, since those 4 little girls lost their lives. And for us, as a Sikh community, people from all around the world were impacted, of Sikhs all around the world. We heard from people in India, and they just were wondering, like, are we American enough? Do we belong in this country? What is our sacrifice? And I think what we did was we channeled the strength of all of community, all of those that surrounded us. And we started to think about the ways that we can prevent the next Wade Page from carrying out the next hate attack. The next Wade Page is watching right now. They're out there, like it or not. And I befriended Arnold Michaelis, who was the founding member of that same organization that Wade Page belonged to. And one of the first conversations that we had was, why do white supremacists do these types of things? And as Christian pointed out, identity, purpose, and belonging, but hurt people hurt people. And when we thought about healing the soul of this nation, we basically said, we gotta get better at listening to pain. Listening to pain, whether that's communal pain, whether that's our individual pain, but let's not be offended by this pain. And let's get further upstream. I can't sit and react to the next shooting that happens to the next family. We need to find the next person that's going to commit that, and then have the courage to speak to that person and say, I hear your pain. I'm not condoning it. I'm not saying that you're right. But at least I hear your pain, and I hear the underlying conditions. And so the work that we have done with Not in Our Town, Parents for Peace, some of the individual work that nobody will ever hear about, is because we have to have the courage to go further upstream.
Pardeep, that's something. It really strikes me. Here we're talking about statistics, why there has been this increase. And what you said is so powerful. We have to do a better job at listening to pain, and that includes the pain of those who are exhibiting or even perpetrating hate and violence.
Yes.
We have to. We can't continue to just talk over it. We have to listen to those individuals as well and seek them out.
Yeah, and we incorporate most of the time that if we're working together, faith-based law enforcement, all of our coalitions built together, 99% of people you will be able to reach and have some prevention plans for. But there's just that 1% of people that communal programs will not get to. So these whole of society approaches, they will work for the most part. But then every once in a while, you will need people who are able to kind of go further upstream and get those folks, so yeah.
Thank you. Vilma, your story is very personal to me. You were the victim of a terrible anti-Asian crime last year in New York City, and you have said that you forgive your attacker. For those of you who don't know, Vilma is a woman of very strong faith.
Yes.
And I wonder if your faith has changed and how you have used your faith to overcome this horrific incident.
My name is Vilma Carey. I was the victim in Times Square. Maybe you've seen the video that became viral where the doorman closed the door on me while I was being attacked. And after that incident, I sort of questioned my faith. I have moments where I just cried and I said, why me? Why me, God? What have I done wrong to you? What sins I committed? And weeks and weeks I could not find answer. Then suddenly I got a call from a good friend of mine who's a priest. I'm Catholic. So he said to me, Vilma, do not question your faith. You have to remember that all of us are born or created with free will. And at that moment of your attack, that man exercised his free will in a bad way, in a wrong way. So it's not you. You have not done anything wrong. It's his free will that let him commit that act. And after he said that, enlightenment came on my mind, and I said, God, I'm so sorry why I questioned you. And so, on my birthday after the incident, I went to church, and I prayed. And I prayed for the blessings that I was spared. I prayed for my attacker, because at that moment, that's the only way I can do for him. I prayed that he finds help that through prayers, I believe in the power of prayers, and I know that somehow my prayer will be answered, that he will find help. So from that time on, with that kind of feeling, it's like a catharsis for me, and I felt like I have a strong faith, I can go on. And that faith helped me heal myself, heal me physically, heal me emotionally, heal me mentally. Although I am physically healed now, I still suffer from a little bit of fear, walking the streets of New York. I could not do it alone. I need my daughter to be with me, walking the streets of New York. But eventually, I think I will overcome that fear. Because I think we have to be courageous. We have to stand up, or we have to overcome that fear. Because courage should be each and every one of us, especially for me as a victim and as a survivor.
This is Vilma's first time speaking publicly.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your courage to do
Yes.
so, Vilma. Joseph, you are also a survivor of an anti-Semitic hate attack that happened just this year in New York. And you have said that that attack helped you understand and empathize with what Asian Americans have been going through. And I wonder for you, if you can talk about ways that communities can work together and be allies in this fight against hate.
Of course. First off, Lisa, the White House, Biden administration, thank you for having this event and hosting all of us. It's very, very important that we discuss these issues now more than ever. And you just heard Vilma speak. Vilma was attacked not far from me, same area, same city, same everything essentially. And we're from two totally different backgrounds. And as a result of my attack, I've had the opportunity to work with the Asian American community, I've worked with the Muslim community, I've worked with Christian organizations, et cetera, et cetera. And unfortunately, it really took my incident to really see that the attack that I suffered is not exclusive just to my community. It really takes place across all facets, all minority groups. And we truly need to use our voices and come together in our strength in numbers, because unfortunately, we do share this bond, this undesirable bond, that we are targeted and we are being attacked. And I think the only way we can really make a difference is, rather than act individually as different groups in different sects or different minority groups, we really need to come together as one. As we say today, united we stand, stand together united. And essentially, work with our politicians, work with our groups, and bring not just Asian American and Jewish groups, but groups of all backgrounds that suffer from hate together, and just fight this mission and expunge hate and this violence and this rhetoric from this world as soon as we possibly can.
Thank you, Joseph. Myra.
Hi.
Take a breath. I know you were a little nervous today.
Very.
Myra, your daughter, was one of the 49 people lost in the Pulse nightclub in Orlando. And there's no greater loss than the loss of a child, as Dawn can attest. How have you turned that deep pain into purpose? And why have you chosen this path?
I turned the hate into purpose days before her funeral. My son came into the room and he says, "Mom, what are we going to do for Amanda? What are we going to do for the funeral? How are we going to dress up?" And I said, "You know what? I just have this message that came to me." And it says, "Love, not hate." I didn't want hate, bitterness, angriness to take over of our lives. And he says, you know, let's do some t-shirts. And we chose a graphic art from an artist from Germany that he drew our daughter beautifully. And we wrote the names on the t-shirts, Love Not Hate. And preparing into that, I wrote a letter to her, and I also forget the perpetrator, because again, I didn't want it to leave and have my family go through that grief with anger. And since then, we went to different vigils, and my son was going to different ones, and I was going into other ones, and we actually started hugging everybody. It was a longing, and that's what made me feel her. And my son was doing the same thing, and somebody just watched over in California and started reaching for us via Facebook, and she sent us bracelets that says the word Hugs Not Hate. And that's what we started doing everywhere we went. It was getting that embrace from everybody, sharing our love, our longing for my daughter by hugging other people. I went to the Post Memorial. I did several events there in which that's what we did. We brought signs that said Hugs Not Hate for people to stop and come and give us a hug. 2017, Parkland happened. We gathered there and we wrote letters of encouragement to the families. We started also doing Hugs No Hate rocks and writing message on the rocks for unity. And we spread it everywhere. And after that, I just wanted to help the post survivors and the families. I wanted to find a way to heal. And I guess that's the way that God's, allowed me to heal my pain through helping others, through helping other families. And even though I was going through the same pain, and I created Amanda Angel's Legacy of Love, Hugs Not Hate. And every December 12th is her birthday. And now for 6 years, we are doing in her honor, in the honor of Mercedes Marisol Flores, which was her best friend, in honor of the 47 other beautiful souls and angels. We celebrate her birthday on December 12th, and also that happens to be the 6 months since June 12th tragedy. So I honor them on her birthday. I honor her birthday, and that's what keeps me going. And I've been advocating for gun violence, from banning assault weapons. And all this work is just what fills my heart and what helps me, I guess, to become a better person and trying to spread more love around.
Can I just ask you? Can I just ask you to show the beautiful T-shirt that you're wearing?
Oh yeah. This is my baby girl.
Thank you, Maida.
Thank you.
Race, I talked about what your attacker said before he died. He expressed his love for you. his tremendous remorse, thanked the Muslim community, and then you went on to mentor his child. Tell me about some of those important ripple effects that have happened since you started advocating for your attacker.
Well, I lost a great deal and lost vision in one eye. But this tragedy gave me a different vision in my heart, a vision to help create a world based upon mutual respect, dignity, and understanding, where we and our next generations can coexist peacefully. I did not see his children as my enemy. When I met them, I told them that you lost your father, but you gained an uncle. I'm always there for you. And I kept my promise. When his son was in prison, he asked me if I could show support and write to the parole board for his early release. And me and my wife, we did that. And thank God he got early parole. He came out. This painful tragedy, and in addition to this painful tragedy and the journey and the tremendous support I received during my campaign, in addition to my deathbed promise to God that if He gave me a chance to live, I would help others. I would dedicate my life for others, led me to establish the nonprofit World Without Hate, to inspire, encourage people to be more compassionate, empathetic, understanding, and accepting and forgiving. We are on a mission to promote personal narrative and empathy education to prevent and disrupt hate and violence. And I found my calling. I never imagined that I would dedicate my life to transform the human heart, especially in my dream country, America. As a peacemaker, bridge builder, and uniter, I am on a mission to help change the world through empathy, understanding, and inclusion.
Don, it's so powerful to hear from all of you, but we are living in a world where these attacks are increasing, and people who are seeking out violent hate groups are also increasing. How do you maintain hope that we can overcome this now culture of violence that we seem to be living in?
Well, Lisa, my hope comes from some of the things that my husband and I have been able to do in the state of Maryland. When my son was murdered and at his homegoing service, Senator Mike Miller passed us, and I said to him, "Please, Senator, don't let my son's death be in vain." And he promised me, "Mrs. Collins, it will not happen." And before he died, the state of Maryland now has a $1 million scholarship that is annually given to ROTC students in the state of Maryland. So therefore, I have seen over 200 men and women take that oath of office to become officers in the United States military because of that. We've also partnered with the University of Maryland College Park and Bowie State University to form the Social Justice Alliance. These are professors and students from both of those campuses joining together to fight this disgusting thing called hate. And we're very proud of that. And I have one more.
Yeah, please.
One more. Since my husband is retired military as well, we have formed a group where we have retired military officers that mentor these young men and women, then showing them their paths and becoming better officers in the United States military. And last but not least, we changed that law in the state of Maryland. There was a hate crime law, and The individual that murdered my son was not convicted because of the law and how it read at that time. We lobbied and changed that law.
Pardeep, as I mentioned, you now are in the business in some respects of helping people become de-radicalized. What is the message that you want to convey to young people who may be feeling lost, may not have the kind of guidance or mentorship, may not have resources to be able to talk about their pain?
Yeah, I just think, when I think back to some of the scariest days of my life, and I think all the parents in here will kind of understand, every time that, and I have 4 beautiful children, but the scariest day of my life was when they were born. And, right? It was like, what am I going to do? How am I going to figure this out? And the other scary day, believe it or not, was not August 5th, 2012. It was when we walked back into the Sikh temple of Wisconsin and had to clean up the blood and had to get the bullets out of the drywall and all of these other things. And I saw the look on our young generation's face. And they felt dejected. I could feel it. And this was, again, like as we talked about, this was a communal trauma. And all of these kids were feeling it. Not only did they not feel like they were American enough, right, that somebody felt like they didn't belong to this country, but somebody took it upon themselves to say, you don't even belong on the face of this earth, and did that to their loved ones. And now they were feeling it, and that was scary to me, of like, now, what America promises, right, is the beautiful diversity that we see in this room. Our children to become the next leaders. And if they exist in this trauma, and they were all right to exist in this trauma. I can say, you're okay to cry, you're okay to feel sad, but I can't let you stay here. Because if you stay here, the world would not see your brilliance. And I will say that to every person, whether it's a person who is hurting, whether it's a person who has been hurt, that you are brilliant. Let us remind you of that brilliance. And over the past, really the 10 years, I've been able to use, my background as a law enforcement officer. I've been able to use my background as an educator, as a clinician, as an organizer, and all of that effort just to kind of rally and say, listen, we can do this work. We can do this whole of society work. And sometimes it starts with whole of nations, sometimes it starts with whole of locality, but this work is possible if we all just commit to it. And so I've been blessed to be able to travel with Arno, with other folks, and really just utilize our work not in our town, and just to say, hey, like, let's do this communal work together. And I would say the difficulty of that work was sisters that are much more sustainable than if Pardeep or somebody else comes to town and inspires 30 people to say, hey, let's build this coalition. But we need infrastructure.
I can't just let you end there. When you talk about we need infrastructure, what does that mean for everyone here? Because some of the people in this room are in the business of building infrastructure. So what specifically do you mean?
So one of the best models that I saw when I was traveling around was the Michigan Alliance Against Hate. And what they did was the Civil Rights Commission worked with them to say, okay, let's convene. And we were at some of those convenings, right? 60 to 90 people that would be in charge of the entire state. So when something's happening in a remote part of Michigan, you would know about it, and that community would be attuned to it. A store owner, a gas station owner, somebody else, we get to hear about some of the things that are happening within our community, and they might not bring it to other people. And then we're kind of equipped with, what do I do with this information now? So I think just building those infrastructures, and I think the Department of Justice has to be a big, big partner in all of that as that goes forward. To come back to those kids really quickly, 10 years later, my daughter was able to deliver a keynote at the 10-year remembrance. And I knew by the spark in her that we are winning. And that doesn't mean we as we as a beloved, as a loving community are winning, and that love will win. We have to commit to that work.
Vilma, I think most of us in this room can understands what the Asian American community has been going through over the last couple of years, and just the horrific number of attacks on members of our community. Ours is one whose history hasn't been told. One could go through their entire educational life without learning about the contributions of a single Asian American in this country. Your attacker didn't see you. He saw an Asian face. How do you think familiarizing ourselves, including our stories, having more of a series of references about Asian culture and Asian people in this country can help combat violence?
I think, first of all, when my attacker saw me and he uttered the words, "You Black Asian, you don't belong here." The word "you don't belong" became ingrained in my mind. And I said, I don't belong. I've been in this country for such a long time. I have raised my family here. And he called me, I don't belong. He said those words to me. And every day while I was recovering, I hear stories of Asian hate on television, because that was the height of the Asian hate crime, especially in New York. And I was baffled, wondering why. Why? Just because of how we look or how I look that he attacked me, and he lumped me with everyone, all Asians, So I start thinking, and thankfully my daughter, who took time from her work to help me heal, took care of me, encouraged me, and say, "Mom, you have to stand up, share your story. Your name is already out there." As a Filipino woman, my culture is, we have this term called hiya. Hiya means shame. And we really don't try to share anything bad that happens to us. We try to cover it. But my daughter pushed me and said, "Mom, no. Your face and your name is already out there. Be a voice." And I gave her a big credit. She made a platform. We founded this organization called AAPI Belong. She used that word, belong, to make it, change it. Instead of "you don't belong," I belong. So AAPI Belong. And we have this website where people can go share their stories of hate crimes, racism, anything that they feel they want to share. And it's anonymous sharing. No one knows who you are. And then all those stories, we sort of compile them. And last year, we did a pop-up, an exhibition at the Museum of Chinese in America in New York. And we exposed those stories. That's what's happening to our community. Those stories of racism and hate crimes. And that's what we are doing right now. Our platform is to gather more stories and maybe showcase those stories in future pop-ups and exhibitions all over the country. And I think, if I am right, I think right now there are states like New York, New Jersey, I think, and Connecticut, especially Illinois, that Asian history is being taught now in school. So that would be a very good moving forward about our Asian community.
Yeah, I mean, when there's no reference for an entire community's inclusion in our history books, it's become so easy to overlook an entire community of people who look like us or even dehumanize us, which again is what has been happening over the last couple of years. Joseph, what can we do as bystanders? If we see someone who is being targeted or harassed, what can we do to try and prevent it before it happens?
It's a really, really tough question to answer, because in the midst or in the moments of an attack, individuals have said to me, if I was there, we could have helped you, I would have, fought them off, or, why is this guy recording a video and not helping you? I mean, I would have been tremendously scared if I saw that happening. I don't blame anyone for not physically intervening. And I mean, for example, I invited my brothers to join me at the rally that morning. And Lord only knows, if they were with me and they also got attacked, I would not be able to live with myself, because the pain and trauma I went through, if I inflicted that upon, already my family and friends, everyone, but if I had a physical trauma as a result of my actions because of my brothers, I would never, I don't know, that would have been the worst thing ever. And yeah, the best thing in that moment was, I'm sure people ran and got the police and NYPD, and they came and dispersed and helped me out. And when it's actually taking place, there's not much you could really do. I mean, you could intervene, hopefully it's not physical. If it's verbal, maybe step in and separate the parties, I guess. But in my case, what's someone gonna jump in and then they also get hurt? I don't want that to happen to anyone else. So it really comes down to the underlying causes of what is motivating people and inspiring people to act in this manner. So I really, in my sense, from the past year and a half almost, it really just comes down to the lack of accountability and the lack of culpability. And I mean, whether it's, celebrities, it's all levels of life, businesses, companies, regular individuals on social media, Twitter, Instagram, politicians, left, right, no matter where it is. It's not a political, it's a human issue. And really we have to start holding people accountable for hateful rhetoric, whether it's against Jews, Asians, Muslims, any orientation, sexual orientation, ethnicity, race, anything. Freedom of speech is freedom of speech, but not when you're threatening or attacking other individuals and infringing on their ability to have a life of freedom and enjoyment. So, yeah, one of my goals was to work on the hate crime statute in New York. An individual in my case was released the next day on minimal bail, and when he said he would do it again to another individual just like me. And it's just unfathomable for me that someone in this situation can just be let out to, God forbid, do what he did to someone else. And we're just waiting and, waiting and waiting. And I get there's a legal process and a legal system and stuff like that. But in a sense, if people have bad intentions and they're bad actors and, they're going to go out and say they're going to go do it again, why are they allowed to just go out and walk freely in the streets? Yeah. So whatever we need to do to, increase the accountability and culpability, and like I said, if that means all the different communities that are affected coming together and working on some sort of united goal and united mission, I think that would go a long way to hopefully addressing the symptoms and causes that cause individuals to really feel emboldened to carry out such attacks, verbal or physical. And thanks for everything, guys. Appreciate it.
I want to just ask one last question of Mayra, because the Pulse community, Joseph mentioned how important community is, really came together after the attack on the nightclub. How can communities learn from what happened there in an effort to prevent attacks from happening in their own communities?
To prevent attacks, Lisa, that's a great question. I think other communities, should be doing to prevent hate-filled violence, having more rallies, more gatherings. I believe it starts in our home, educating our children, show them how to respect differences, taking it to schools, showing about non-bullying. Today is a great start as well. And we should respect our differences. We need to have empathy, to be kind, to live in the present, not in our past, to have forgiveness, compassion in our hearts. And from Paul's, what we can learn is that in unity is where strength lies.
Absolutely.
For me, having a healing with other families, a group therapy healings, it helped us immensely. It helped our tragedy. We became one family. And that it's okay for everyone not to be in the same page, that we all grieve differently, and that we would not let hate win, that we have to outlove hate.
That's the thing. It's okay to think differently, right? But I think one of the things that seems to have happened in so many communities across this country is we're not engaging anymore. Kids aren't engaging with each other. They're engaging with their friends, with their thumbs, but they're not engaging as much and interacting with human beings. And they're seeking validation more, again, with their thumbs and on screens than in person. And so I want to thank all of you for sharing your stories, but also encouraging investment in our communities and our young people in our communities, and listening to those who are hurting in an effort to combat acts of violence and terror before they even happen. So Myra, Pardeep, Race, Joseph, Vilma, Dawn, thank you for sharing your incredible resilient stories, and thank you for the work that you are going on to do to prevent hate in America. Thank you.
So much and spread that love and that heart.
Yes. Okay, so before we go into a huge hug fest, which I have a feeling we're all about to go into, please join me in thanking again Lisa Ling. She did a wonderful job, and the incredible survivors and community leaders we just heard from. They didn't set out to be activists. They didn't ask to be activists. They were compelled to be activists, and it's such an inspiring way to honor those that we've lost. The stories are sobering, and their resilience and leadership is so inspiring. Now, I feel like my soul, my heart has been fed today, but I bet you were also hungry. So the White House is also about to feed our stomach. So we will now take a break in this amazing programming, and I'd like to welcome all of you to join us for lunch at the State Dining Room. You'll be asked to return to your seats, and I'm not talking Latin time, okay? I know it's Hispanic heritage, but we're at the White House, show up punctual, so you'll be asked to return to your seats at 1:20. House Domestic Policy Council. Attorney General, Susan. Attorney General Merrick Garland. Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas. AmeriCorps CEO Michael Smith. And Chair of the National Endowment for the Humanities, Shelley Lowe. Welcome all.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much. It's great to be here with all of you again for the afternoon session of the United We Stand Summit. This morning we heard from experts, from faith leaders and survivors. I don't know about you, but I felt like I'd gone to church. It was really powerful. We heard from Americans who've studied hate-fueled violence for decades from different perspectives, and from Americans who've been deeply impacted by such violence and are now working to turn their pain into purpose. We're grateful to them for sharing their stories. And as Anna said, this afternoon we're focused on the solutions to this crisis. It will take an all-of-society effort to meet this moment. That includes community leaders and advocates, our rich tapestry of nonprofits and organizers, elected officials from both parties, and civil servants, philanthropic and business leaders across multiple sectors. And of course, we're making sure that the federal government does our part. I have the privilege today of joining with just a few of our exceptional leaders from across the federal government who are tirelessly pursuing this work. Attorney General Merrick Garland, leading our Department of Justice. Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, leading the Department of Homeland Security. Shelley Lowe, Chair of the National Endowment for the Humanities. And CEO Michael Smith, leading our AmeriCorps. So we are so grateful for their participation, but I have to say there are other agencies as well, so many others that are engaged in this work. Not enough to give them all credit here and put them all on the stage. I do want to mention that we've released a detailed fact sheet that showcases the impressive new resources that our federal agencies are bringing to bear on this problem, on top of the significant work that they do every day. So let's get started with our panelists. And let me begin with you, Mr. Attorney General. When people think about hate-motivated violence and what we can do about it, of course, they think of the Justice Department. And you are doing extraordinary work on our front lines. Let me turn it to you to talk about the Justice Department's efforts.
Thank you, Ambassador Rice, for bringing us all together. Thanks to the members of the panel. Thanks, everyone out here, for joining us. A little louder? A little louder, okay. People are not shy in this room. That's excellent. I have often said, and I say often, that Justice Department was founded in 1870 with the first principal purpose of protecting the rights of Black Americans under the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, and in particular, fighting against the Ku Klux Klan and white supremacists who were trying to deprive them of the right to vote. Now, 152 years later, the task of confronting hate-fueled violence remains central to the mission of the Justice Department. In one of my very first acts as Attorney General, I directed an expedited review to determine how the Justice Department could improve its efforts to fight against acts of hate that were unlawful, constituted crimes. While that review was nearing completion, Congress passed and the President signed into law the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act and the Jabara Hire No Hate Act. Shortly after that, I directed the Justice Department to enhance our efforts to combat unlawful acts of hate, including by improving incident reporting, by increasing law enforcement training and coordination at all levels of government, by prioritizing community outreach, and by making better use of civil enforcement mechanisms. Over the past year and a half, the Justice Department has sharpened its tools to help us prevent, deter, investigate, and prosecute hate crimes. Earlier this year, we secured the convictions of 3 men who targeted and killed Ahmaud Arbery just because he was a black man jogging on a public street. We successfully prosecuted an individual who, motivated by racist and xenophobic beliefs about the COVID-19 pandemic, targeted and attacked an Asian family at a supermarket in Midland, Texas. We obtained the conviction of an individual in New York who mailed more than 60 letters to LGBTQ-affiliated individuals, organizations, and businesses, many of which contained threats to kill, shoot, and bomb the recipients. And we obtained the conviction of a man in Tennessee for a series of arsons targeting Catholic, Methodist, and Baptist churches in the state. And these are only a few examples of the Justice Department's criminal law enforcement efforts against perpetrators of hate crimes. The Justice Department remains committed to enforcing federal hate crime laws, but we also recognize that prosecutions alone are not enough. That is why the Justice Department has launched its new United Against Hate program. This initiative brings together community groups, community leaders, and law enforcement at every level to build trust and strengthen coordination to combat unlawful acts of hate. The initiative seeks to improve the reporting of hate crimes and hate incidents by working with communities about how to identify and report unlawful acts of hate. Earlier this year, our U.S. Attorney's offices for Massachusetts, New Jersey, and the Eastern District of Washington completed United Against Hate pilot programs. And today, I'm pleased to announce that this initiative will expand to 16 more U.S. Attorney's offices and will launch in all 94 U.S. Attorney's offices within the next year. United Against Hate brings together community-focused resources from across the Justice Department, including from the Civil Rights Division and the FBI, which are both important parts of our United Against Hate initiative. The Community Relations Service and the Office for Victims of Crime are also expanding the resources and support that they offer to communities and individuals targeted against hate. Finally, over the time I have served as Attorney General, many in this audience who I'm looking at today have played a critical role in helping advance our efforts to combat hate. You helped to push the passage of the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act and the Jabara Hire No Hate Act. To mark the 1-year anniversary of that legislation this past May, the department released our first grant solicitations under those authorities. Our law enforcement partners, like the IACP, have ramped up your anti-hate crime training and resources for local police departments. Many of you here provided important input for the guidance we issued with our partners at the Department of Health and Human Services to raise awareness of hate crimes during the pandemic. Earlier in my tenure, you underscored the importance of language access in the reporting of hate crimes and hate incidents. As a consequence, we hired the department's first ever full-time language access coordinator. Confronting unlawful acts of hate is complex and difficult work, but we are grateful for your advocacy and your partnership in this work. As I've said many times before, the Justice Department does not investigate or prosecute people because of their ideology or the views they hold. In our democracy, people are entitled to voice their opinions, to argue, and to debate. But in our democracy, people are not entitled to commit violent acts or make unlawful violent threats motivated by bias or hate. And the Justice Department will not hesitate to hold accountable people who do so. All people in this country should be able to live without fear of being attacked or harassed because of where they are from, what they look like, whom they love, how they worship, or what they believe. The Justice Department will never stop working toward that end.
Thank you very much, Mr. Attorney General, for the work that you and your colleagues at the Justice Department do every day on these critical issues. Secretary Mayorkas, you and your team at DHS are doing all you can to prevent targeted violence. And your work is critically important, and I'd love you to share the latest with the group here today.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Rice. Susan, first of all, let me thank you for your tremendous leadership in all of our collective efforts. It's very inspiring to see so many friends and colleagues in this fight here today. And if I can just share a sentiment that I'd like to express to those of you in this room and those who are participating virtually who have been victims of acts of hate, who have suffered losses and the loss of loved ones. A summit like this is a very important and meaningful way to commemorate those whom we've lost. Of course, there are days that are set aside for commemoration, but it's very important to always remember that we commemorate the losses we have suffered through the work that we do every single day. And I use the word we advisedly because it is indeed a collective effort. We are all in partnership with one another in our fight against hate. That fight cannot be fought alone in isolation. It requires a community of action. And in that regard, the Department of Homeland Security is very devoted to really strengthening and building that partnership through the distribution of resources. It is through the distribution of resources that we can empower and equip others to continue in that fight. Today, we in the Department of Homeland Security are announcing $20 million in grant funds to fight against targeted violence. We are providing those funds to 43 local communities, local community organizations to either build the capacity or to strengthen their existing capacity to carry on that fight. It is very important to know that in all of our grant programs, including this program that we're announcing today, we are seeking to achieve equity and to reach otherwise underserved communities. And for the first time, these grant funds are reaching historically Black colleges and universities, as well as service providers that reach the LGBTQ plus community. And it's something we take I should also add that, President Biden, Vice President Harris, in their stalwart support for this cause that we've devoted this summit to, have really also invested in the Nonprofit Security Grant Program. That program was funded at $180 million under this administration. It is now funded at $250 million, and the president's budget that was submitted to Congress calls forth $360 million. So a tremendous increase in that program. Secondly, Ambassador Rice and I and our respective teams have been very focused on the fact that local communities, organizations, residents within them don't really know of the resources that we across the federal government have to provide in support of the fight against hate. Whom to call, how to be trained, what are best practices and the like. And we will be rolling out in short order, really a one-stop shop, a compendium of federal resources that will be made available to all so that they know what we can do for them and with them to continue in this fight. And the fight indeed will continue. And let me just say how honored I am to play a role in it and how grateful all of us are for everything that you do towards it. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate all your leadership in this space. It's important for us to acknowledge, though, that law enforcement and security resources are not our only tools to address the challenge that has brought us here today. These events cause deep and lasting trauma, with impacts that go far beyond the epicenter and radiate throughout the community. And so I really want to focus in the latter part of this discussion on the tools that we have to help recover from trauma and prevent these sorts of acts in the first place. So I'm now very pleased to turn it over to Shelley Lowe, who's chair of the National Endowment for the Humanities, to share her remarkable vision for the ways in which the arts and humanities can contribute to our ability to recover and rebuild from trauma.
Thank you, Ambassador Rice. Yat e she Shelley Lowe yanisha belagana nishle nanestej chachinu bashchi belagana dashache do trabaja dashanale do kantia benasha. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shelley Lowe. I'm Navajo. I'm originally from Ganado, Arizona, and I'm chair of the National Endowment for the Humanities. It is my honor to be here to speak with you all today on behalf of NEH and our partners at the National Endowment for the Arts. And I want to give a special shout out to my partner and my fellow chair, Dr. Maria Rosario Jackson from the NEA, who is here. And I want to thank you, Ambassador Rice and the Biden-Harris administration for bringing us together. But I also want to thank the panel that was on before lunch, because that was extremely heartening and powerful to see the strength of the survivors and the family members who we heard from. And I don't know if you all have noticed, but what we've been doing all morning is humanities. We've been telling stories. We've been coming together. We've been making plans to figure out how to move forward. And I know that we will all leave here today being able to answer the question, what did you do? Because we are going to confront this and we're going to work together on it. The arts and humanities have always been an avenue for acknowledging and expressing pain, coming to terms with that pain, and building support networks for survivors. In moments of loss and tragedy, we come together to both create and turn to art, poetry, music, literature for solace and healing, and to the lessons of history for understanding, and to religion and philosophy for acceptance. Combating hate not only requires us to identify the root causes of that hate, but also to identify our inherent capacity for love, acceptance, empathy, and belonging. As my colleague Dr. Jackson points out, doing this work with head, hand, and heart, and not hate, thank you, Mara. Also, thank you for that big hug. Allows us to draw upon arts and humanities to build resilience, strength, and harmony in our lives, in the spaces we live and work, in our homes, and with others. NEA and NEH have long recognized the role arts and humanities fill in combating violent extremism and hate-fueled violence. We have issued numerous grants to cultural and educational institutions who invest in this work. And we have awarded National Arts and Humanities medals in this room with the President of the United States to individuals like theater director Ping Chong and chef Jose Andres, who use the arts and humanities as vehicles to bring communities together, build empathy, and foster civic dialogue. Since the day we were sworn in, Chair Jackson and I have been working to identify ways we can use our agencies to channel resources to serve the needs of communities confronting hate-based trauma, to address prevention, recovery, and renewal. Today, NEH and NEA are honored to launch a new initiative that harnesses the power of the arts and humanities to build resilience and prevent radicalization and extremism before it takes hold. We will extend our work, the work of our agencies, in partnership with non-governmental organizations responding to community crises on the ground, such as libraries, theaters, museums, and galleries. We will offer emergency relief to local and educational institutions for programming that allows us to share community stories in the wake of hate-based incidents, and to create projects that provide opportunities to highlight community strength and cohesion. Ways to address identity, community, and purpose. What we heard earlier was so important. In the longer term, we will develop nationwide programs that promote civic engagement, social cohesion, and cross-cultural understanding through place-based programming. We are committed to filling those potholes. We know President Biden is determined to create a space for healing the soul of our nation, and we know the arts and humanities are essential in that role and in nourishing our nation's soul. They help us live artful lives, connected lives, so that we may walk in the beauty of our shared histories and our visions for the future. And I invite all of you to join us in the work that we are doing, and I look forward to hearing more about how we will move that forward.
Thank you so much, Chair Lowe, for the great work that the National Endowment for the Humanities and the National Endowment for the Arts are doing. We're very, very grateful. I'm now really excited to turn it over to Michael Smith, who's the CEO of AmeriCorps. Michael leads our nation's efforts in volunteerism and service. And in my personal opinion, nothing could be more important or at the root of how we address this challenge. I actually believe that it's really a lot harder to hate somebody when you know them. And not in every case, but but most of the time. And
everyone's thinking about that.
And what better way for people, for Americans of all different backgrounds and races and religions and geographies and socioeconomic backgrounds to get to know one another than to do good works together. And so the work that you're doing, Michael, and the leadership you're providing is at the root of how we tackle this problem. So I'm very excited to hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Rice, for your leadership, for your partnership, for your championship of this work. It's an honor to be here today with my colleagues in the administration and to be in this church, as you described earlier, in this community of folks that have chosen to be the light in the face of darkness, who have chosen action when apathy could have come, and who have shown us what grace and dignity and love looks like in action. It is truly an honor and a privilege to be with you. And all of those values are in so many ways the values that we see in our AmeriCorps members. And so whether you have volunteered in food drives, whether you have tutored students, or helped families rebuild after natural disasters, or whether you are one of our more than 1.4 million AmeriCorps alum in programs like VISTA and NCCC or Youth Build or City Year, what we have seen from all of these incidents is we see the countless ways that service can unite Americans. There is something about owning the challenges and opportunities in your community. When you roll up your sleeves and you face those things together, we see each other's humanity. And that spirit of service is something that connects us from coast to coast, but we also know that service is about using local solutions to address local challenges. And from its earliest days, AmeriCorps next year will be 30 years old. We have been committed to strengthening communities from within, with homegrown leadership, with homegrown talent. And so today, just to give you some examples, Gulf Corps AmeriCorps members in America's Third Coast are helping to restore economic and ecological ecosystems. I recently visited with Impact Justice AmeriCorps members in Oakland, California, that are taking formerly justice-involved youth to help create second chances using credible messenger models for other young people that have been involved in the justice systems. We have Ancestral Lands AmeriCorps members that are helping younger generations reconnect to the lands of their indigenous roots. And we have nearly 70,000 AmeriCorps members that are working in more than 12,000 schools across this country to make sure that we are keeping our schools and our students in school and on track and supporting our teachers. And so every single one of these active, committed community members is an AmeriCorps member, and they are serving in 40,000 locations. So these are just a few examples of how AmeriCorps can be a force multiplier. And that means what we know, that we have the know-how, we have the resources, we have the tools to bring people together regardless of race, regardless of religion, background, or zip code. And these examples, I think, also remind us that every community has the power to build the connective tissue it needs to be resilient in the face of invasive, corrosive distrust and hate. So what are we going to do about it? Today, I am excited to announce, on behalf of my colleagues in the Biden-Harris administration, our commitment to growing national service and volunteerism efforts through the United We Serve campaign. That is building on research where 93% of our alumni said that after service, they felt comfortable interacting with others different than themselves. And nearly every alumni reports that national service broadened their understanding of society and different communities. So we're going to do two things. First, we are going to work with other federal partners to determine opportunities for increased service partnerships, and that will include putting AmeriCorps members to work on priority projects in communities that need it most. And we know how to do it. I was just talking to Secretary Mayorkas about our 10-year partnership with FEMA. FEMA Corps takes AmeriCorps members and helps them to respond to emergencies where FEMA thinks they are needed most. Not only do we have thousands of FEMA Corps members that are responding to urgent issues, we've seen in the last 10 years, 23% of those FEMA Corps AmeriCorps members get hired by FEMA. In the most recent graduating class, 70% of them were issued job offers. And so we know that AmeriCorps can not only be transformative for communities, but it can be transformative for our AmeriCorps members, and we are going to do more of that. And we're looking at examples not only at FEMA Corps, but Public Health AmeriCorps that's doing that, and our recently launched partnership with the Department of Education and the National Partnership for Student Success. So we're going to get things done for America with our federal agency partners. Second, the United We Serve campaign will focus on creating a more inclusive and accessible service environment. And what that's going to do is it's going to include investing in research and training on topics like bridge building, promoting civic engagement, and fostering social cohesion. And this is going to help ensure that AmeriCorps members are equipped to be the bridgers and uniters every community needs to tackle our country's most pressing challenge. We are there. We are in 40,000 communities, and we are growing every day, and I think we can help make a real difference. So at AmeriCorps, we make this commitment because we know that service is an essential component of the infrastructure that binds us. As Dr. King said, anybody can be great because anybody can serve. And so we are excited in helping to build a stronger America through the power of national service. And we invite everyone to join us by starting to go to serve.gov.
Amen. Thank you, Michael. That's great. And join me, please, in thanking all of our panelists for participating today, but most importantly, for the extraordinary work that they and their teams are doing on behalf of the American people. Thank you.
Well, you know, sometimes people talk a lot, people just do hashtags, and then other times they show you the money. And so I think it's so important that the White House, that Ambassador Rice, the Vice President, the Secretaries, the administration are elevating this issue, but they are also doing tangible things with dollar bills and people and programs and names attached to it. So thank you to our federal officials for the work they are doing to help keep our communities safe and rally the country to stand up against hateful attacks. Just as important as federal leadership is local leadership. We've seen time and again that it's local communities who bear the brunt of hate-fueled violence. Local leaders are also vitally important in bringing communities together and healing from hate-fueled attacks and preventing them from recurring. In our next panel, we'll hear from 4 amazing women from across the country who are leading the work in their communities to rebuild and recover after hate. These inspiring women are working on the ground in El Paso, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, and Atlanta to help heal those communities from recent attacks. We're going to learn more about what's working in their communities and what all of us can be doing in our own cities and towns to prevent hate-fueled attacks. Please join me in welcoming to the stage our moderator, Ibu Patel, founder and president of Interfaith America, Dr. Lavone Ansari, executive director and CEO of the Community Health Center of Buffalo, Maggie Feinstein, Director of the 1027 Healing Project in Pittsburgh. Idalhi Huizar Mendoza, Director of the El Paso Family Resiliency Center. And Phi Nhu Young, Executive Director of Asian Americans Advancing Justice in Atlanta.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Today, together, we create new hope. We do it in partnership across diverse racial, ethnic, and religious groups. We do it in partnership between government leaders and local leaders. And in just a moment, I will be introducing you to some of the most remarkable local leaders in this country, the people who will be implementing the types of strategies that the government leaders spoke about earlier. But in addition to creating hope, we have to commemorate pain. Today, 21 years ago, Balbir Singh Sodhi was the first victim of a racist hate crime after 9/11. His brother is here with us today, his brother who forgave the man who murdered him. We lift up this pain, we give it purpose, we know we heal hate with hope. We thank all of those who lead us forward. We've heard stories today of how people have been targeted by their faiths. But we've also heard stories of how diverse people's diverse faiths have inspired them, how faith is a source of inspiration and a bridge of cooperation. The United States is the most religiously diverse nation in human history, the most religiously devout nation in the Western Hemisphere, the world's first attempt at religiously diverse democracy. Faith cannot be a bomb of destruction in this country. It cannot be a barrier of division. It has to be a bridge of cooperation. But bridges do not fall from the sky. They do not rise from the ground. People build them. And today, I am proud that my organization, Interfaith America, will be in a new partnership with Suzanne McCormick of the YMCA and Jonathan Reckford of Habitat for Humanity to dramatically expand the bridge building capacity of this nation. In an initiative we are calling A Nation of Bridge Builders, we will be training 10,000 people to be builders of American pluralism, architects of a new America of hope in bridges in over 1,000 events in 300 communities. And we will be following the leadership of women like these, people who have experienced what it is like to respond to hate with hope, and who have been doing the work for year over year, who have a century-long vision of what a nation that welcomes us all might be. I want to go ahead and introduce them to you today and ask them to share with you the lessons that they have learned, and ask you to think how their example might guide all of us in building this nation to be a true city on a hill. Dr. Ansari, Assalamu alaikum. So nice to be with you today. So you are a citizen of the community of Buffalo, experienced an enormously ugly hate crime at the Tops grocery store, and also have this long-term vision of building equity, pluralism, and justice. Tell us how a local leader is able to focus on a long-term vision of equity and pluralism and at the same time respond to the acute trauma of a racist hate crime.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me just say that the tragedy on 5/14 changed everything the way we think. My health center is 2.8 miles away from the Tops Market. When we got the call, it was the Saturday we got the call, and you really just don't comprehend it. By Sunday, we had a crisis team. I had to put a crisis team together. Let me just explain. We're not trained in domestic terrorism. So we had to put a crisis team together. I brought my MDs, my nurses, my counselors. We brought them all to the Tops employees that they had on Monday. We are still in complex trauma. People don't realize that, I get emotional. People don't realize that when we were massacred, those TOPS employees left their purses, their medication, their everything they could possibly personal, they left in there. So what do we have to do? I said to the community, we need leadership. We need leadership. We're only 4 months out from 514. And if you don't know where Buffalo is, we're the second largest city in New York State. We're the third poorest in the country and the sixth most segregated in the country. But we're known as the city of good neighbors. But the shooter came 200 miles to massacre us. How do we rebuild? I thought of an acronym called PRIME. And that P stands for preparedness. We were not prepared. We're not prepared for domestic terrorism. We have to know that we missed all the signs. Our instinct, when I talk to the TOPS employees, our patients, our community, their instinct told them. Their instinct told them that this shooter that had been coming for months was something wrong, but we didn't have the knowledge. We didn't have the knowledge to know what domestic terrorism was. So we missed all the signs. We ignored the signs. He was hiding in plain sight. We went to war with an enemy we couldn't see. I'm just going to share quickly the people that we really forgot were the funeral directors. I met with them. These are their loved ones. The bodies, our families that they saw with no heads, no sides, they are trained. They are trained to bring pleasure to families who lose loved ones, but they were not prepared for this. We are not prepared for domestic terrorism. So I'm going to move us to racial justice. I've been doing this work a long time. Domestic terrorism has to be part of racial justice. How do we have our most vulnerable communities and we have no transparency of what the data looks like with white supremacy around us? Eyes for interconnectedness, all of us in here, and all the conversations we had this morning. We're not connected. Buffalo is now in a club that we should never want to be in, but we have to get interconnected. M is for model community. Our community will never be the same again. So what is our new model? What does our new vision look like? How do we reimagine our model community from this terrorism attack? And the last is empowerment. Community investment. I want to say community investment means to me sharing control and believing in people of power that can manage money. And that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. You became the leader you called for. Thank you. Fee, unfortunately, you're a part of this club also, a club that nobody should ever have to be in, and yet here we are. You also had to respond to the needs of the people who were immediately impacted by the racist spa attacks in Atlanta, but also the broader community who felt traumatized. Can you take us through your your leadership in that moment?
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, in responding to the Spall shootings that killed 8 of our community members, including 6 Asian women migrants who were massage workers, it was important for us to first and foremost center the needs of those who were most directly impacted. So the first thing that we did the very next morning was we convened a call with over 25 community members and leaders both in Georgia and across the country so that we could mobilize a collective response. And in the following days, weeks, and months, we wrapped community care around the survivors and their families to address their immediate needs. And they had a lot of needs. We secured lawyers to help the families and survivors navigate immigration and probate matters. We created a victims compensation fund so that we could give them money for immediate and longer term needs. We also organized mental health services in their languages and in their cultures. And in doing all of this work, what we realized and what we were confronted with is that the survivors really had to heal from wounds beyond just the terrifying shootings. There were layers of economic pain, physical pain, and emotional pain, not just from the shootings, but also from various forms of systemic violence. And so it was incredibly powerful and moving for us to witness the way that our community came together to create a community of care for the survivors, for the families, and for each other. And it's also been very moving today to see how other communities around the country have come together in moments of crisis and in tragedy. But at the end of the day, our communities alone cannot meet the long-term needs of anyone who is impacted by or at risk of white supremacist violence. We need entire systems of care. We need governments of care to also do that work. We need things like healthcare, including mental health services that are affordable and that are culturally and linguistically competent. Mm-hmm. We need robust worker protections, including for massage workers and for sex workers. We need generous victims' compensations funds and other public services and benefits that are accessible to everyone, regardless of immigration status. And we need, in general, solutions that are intersectional and that strive to address the root causes of violence in our communities.
Thank you. Idalhi, you are also very much on the front lines, and in a way that is deeply rooted in the community that you've been working in for time to achieve pluralism and equity, like Fee, like Dr. Ansari, and that experience in acute trauma in the form of the attack on the Walmart in El Paso that targeted the Latino community. Tell us about how you use trauma-informed support responses to engage with that particular situation as you kept this long-term vision of what your community could be.
Good afternoon, everyone. So there were a couple of things that we had to do. When this happened on August 3rd, 2019, this was new to El Paso. Nothing like this had been to the extreme that it happened on that day. So we had to join forces with the United Way of El Paso as well as other agencies locally. We came about with the center and we decided to navigate and connect individuals and families that had been tragically impacted by this mass casualty to services that they were needing at the time. A lot of people that were not affected directly, but more so indirectly because El Paso is a big city, little town feeling, so everyone knows everyone and they knew of someone. And so we had to make sure that those people were the ones that were taken care of as well. Our staff is the heart and soul of our center, and we're really careful about having that trauma-informed system where we connect them on a personalized case management basis. We provide the services that they need specifically. We don't recommend and we don't try to implement anything that they're not wanting. We are really good about also providing the traditional mental health services as well as non-traditional mental health services. El Paso being a predominantly Latino community, there's still a lot of stigma with mental health. So we need to make sure that we follow their lead, we provide that opportunity for them to decide when they're ready and if they're ready to receive traditional mental health services, or if not, go a different route. So that was also something that we were wanting to be very sensitive about. We wanted to make sure we reached out to our community leaders to break those stigmas, providing education, outreach, presentations, letting them know this is what we're needing. Can you help us with this? Corporations, of course, such as Walmart, have been a tremendous help, not only financially, but assisting in that, creating that awareness and education. So we're very grateful for that as well. One of the other things that we've also tried incorporating moving forward is a day of remembrance. It is very important for us to come together as a community and let the community know that we can grieve together. You know, I was not affected directly, but I was very much affected indirectly, and I want to make sure I have the opportunity to remember those that we lost, but also those that were impacted. So Day of Remembrance has been a huge success, and knowing that as a community, as the slogan says, together we heal, juntos sanamos. This can only be done as a team. This can only and will continue to be done as a team. And it's a long-term process, and we'll definitely be continuing with that.
I love it. Together we heal. Thank you. Maggie, that sounds like it could be the strapline for your work, right, in Pittsburgh, which, again, I mean, like it's this morbid refrain, right? And your community has been rocked by this racist, xenophobic, anti-Semitic attack. And my heart goes out to every single person here who had to experience this and who had to lead in that moment. And you were one of these people in the face of the anti-Semitic attack at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. One of your responses has been to launch the 1027 Healing Partnership, which really centers commemoration as a part of the healing process. Tell us what you do and what we all should learn from the importance of commemoration.
Sure, thank you. So my name is Maggie Feinstein, and the 1027 Healing Partnership was started about 7 months after the shooting. 1027 is October 27th, 2018, when the shooting happened. And the unique circumstances that all of us come to this stage with is that the context matters, right? That our communities were all attacked for different reasons, and that all of the contexts were different, but that they matter, and that the intent to do harm and to terrorize communities was the same. And so I think around this piece, around commemorating, it's sort of a core part of the work that we do to do that in an authentically Jewish way. The 11 people who were taken from us in our community on that day, those 11 people were worshiping the way that they do every Saturday. They're key members of our 3 congregations, which were Dor Hadash, Tree of Life, and New Light, who were all worshiping there that day like they did every Saturday. And so when we remember them in ways that are consistent with our culture and our community. And like Idali said, that it's an important part in communities affected by mass violence, specifically around hate-based violence, is that the reach of people who feel the trauma is very far. And so we actually spend a lot of time around the time of commemoration of protecting the victim-centered nature. How do we make sure that those whose loved ones were murdered that day, how do we center their voices? How do we center the experience of what was authentic to them and authentic to their families? And so, around the area of commemoration, it really brings up a lot of the other work we do around centering the voices of victims. So, in our community, that means that we, unfortunately, we honor 2 different days, right? Because there's a Hebrew date and there's a secular date. And so that is something that we do, and we make a very public commemoration on the secular date because our city showed up, our civic leaders showed up, our neighbors showed up, our interfaith leaders showed up. And so we need to make sure that we, on that date of October 27th, give space for all of our helpers, for all of the people who built new relationships. And then on the Hebrew date, we do usually a more private and a more intimate way of remembering. And that both of those are meant to be authentic. So in our community, we really spent a lot of time wrestling through what is authentic, and that we found that in the Jewish faith that we honor the memories of people through service, through learning, and through saying their names and saying a prayer together. And so I think as we all are gathered here in I believe the 59th commemoration from the bombing at the 16th Street Baptist Church, that we say, may their memories be for a blessing, and may the memories of the 4 people who were taken that day be for a blessing. And every year when we commemorate in our community in an authentic way, we remember those lives, and we remember that their lives are for a blessing. So I think that the communities, when they've been impacted by hate-based violence, really need to figure out what can they do to surround the victims who are most directly impacted, raise up their voices so that they feel cared for and they feel honored. And then also remember that we all have to know that feeling of strength that happens when we come together in response.
Thank you. You know, I think what we're seeing here over the course of the day and the dynamic this afternoon is that the way we build resiliency, the way that we make sure that we just marginalize hate as much as possible and that our bridges are so strong that they break through barriers, is in partnerships. And partnerships between creative local leaders like you and government officials are so important. And I have to say, I mean, obviously, mad props to the Biden administration for doing this and also for listening. So Ambassador Rice is here, and she's listening. She's listening to the wisdom and the creativity of local leaders. Government officials earlier today just announced significant new resources for building resiliency and responding to hate. So in a kind of last question to each of you, if you could say, here is one thing that we did right in Buffalo, in El Paso, in Atlanta, in Pittsburgh. Here's one thing we are proud of, and every community across the country should do this. And I'm really glad that DOJ and DHS is increasing grant funding because you can scale something we got right. What would it be? What's one thing you got right that every community should do?
I'll go. I think for us, it was that response time. I think Dr. Asari mentioned it as well. We had to come together within a matter of hours and days without having anything to, fall back on. And so we did. We responded quickly, and I think it's something that we need to be hopefully not prepared for, but we need to make sure that we're at least trained and aware. And I think these summits, these events, and networking with other resiliency centers definitely help with that.
So preparation so that you could have rapid response in a moment of acute trauma and tragedy.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll go off of that because I think that sort of similarly, you mentioned earlier about bridges, and we're the city of bridges. And one person said, that it took this event to cross some of those bridges. And so I think the more that in preparedness that people have relationships and meaningful relationships, our Jewish community unfortunately had prepared for the worst inevitable, and we had emergency response plans. We also had leadership plans. And so I think in terms of things that went well, that those things were put into place years before, practiced many times, done in relationship with a number of different people, and then we knew what to do in that moment.
Thank you, Meg. Dr. Ansari.
I think we should continue to build model communities. Build model communities where we have the assets in our community. We have to raise them up. We have groups in Buffalo that have been on the ground for 30 years, but they can't seem to get the money because they don't meet compliances. We have to make sure we build them up so that we have a model community, and we have a program we call Putting the Neighbor Back in the Hood, because they took the neighbor out the hood. So we have it, it's our 25th year, and it's diverse. The mayor, he's here every year, and we clean the neighborhood, but putting the neighbor back in the hood is one of the programs. I just use that, but it's really uplifting and pulling on the resources that we have.
And Dr. By the way, did you see the pens out? I hope you've copyrighted that title, because there's going to be 1,000 putting the neighbor back in the hood programs in the country.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that's right. Like the Philly cheesesteak, it'll be like the buffalo putting the neighbor back in the hood. So is that an example of a program started at the grassroots level that's just so effective that it just is not going to be able to do 100-page grant applications, et cetera?
It's 25 years. The mayor's been there for 25 years, and we have no money. He's been there supporting us, but we built the playground again. The mayor helped us get sidewalks. We beautify the community. We give them awards. Because we want to be the model community.
It's such an important lesson, right? That just because you can fill out the grant application doesn't mean you can do the work. And just because the grant application is not something that's accessible to you doesn't mean that you're not already healing and building the community, right? It's such an important lesson to learn. Fee, what did you do or have you done in Atlanta that the nation can learn from and that the government can help to lift up and expand?
Well, I think one thing that I talked about earlier was, really wrapping community care around those who were most directly impacted was really critical for us. And the other thing that was really important to us was talking about what happened in an intersectional way and in an expansive way, because interpersonal violence doesn't happen in a vacuum. And so when we talk about interpersonal violence and when we talk about violence against our communities, I don't think it's enough for us to only talk about hate-fueled violence. I think we also have to talk about systemic violence and structural violence and how that contributes to the conditions that lead to interpersonal violence. And one thing that I will never forget about the March shootings in Atlanta is that the day before the shootings happened, our community was grieving the deportation of 33 Vietnamese refugees back to a country they fled many years ago, before we had to quickly pivot to another type of violence against our communities. And in the days that followed, our governor of Georgia signed a massive voter suppression bill while standing beneath a painting of a plantation. And so 7 days after I went to the funeral of one of the victims, I filed a lawsuit against the state of Georgia to combat voter suppression. And so what I think is really important is that while I appreciate this summit in uplifting some of these horrible acts of violence against our community, there are other forms of violence that are not as highly visible and that are not solely rooted in hate that I think we also need to talk about and that our governments need to address as well.
Yeah, thank you. And that local leaders like you are on the front lines of doing the healing, doing the building, doing the expanding, doing the resiliency work. So listen, I want to thank this panel so much. There's this beautiful poem by the poet Edwin Markham. You drew a circle that drew me out, heretic rebel, a thing to flout, but love and I had the wit to win. We drew a circle that drew you in. You're the people who have been drawing circles wider and building the bridges stronger. We want to thank you for your work and thank you for serving on this panel and sharing your wisdom with us. that's that.
Hi friends, I'm Arthur Brooks. I'm a professor at Harvard University, and formerly I was the president of the American Enterprise Institute in Washington, D.C. I'm delighted to speak on behalf of the President's United We Stand Summit. I'm a social scientist interested in all sorts of human behavior. One of the things that I see that explains a lot of intractable conflict between people, conflicts that go on for year after year after year, is what we call in my profession motive attribution asymmetry. That sounds complicated and really academic, but it's actually quite simple. Here's how it works. When two people can't understand each other and conflict can't be resolved, usually it's because both sides believe that they love, but the other side hates. I love my country, they hate our country. I love that person, but that person hates me. This lies behind ideological battles, behind political struggles, even behind a lot of couples that get divorced. Now, that's an interesting academic idea, but it has real world implications, and I believe that's the biggest problem that we face in the United States today. Why do I care about it? Well, not as an academic. I care about it because I love the United States. We need to fight back against the idea that we can't have a competition of ideas, that we can't coexist in a community where people disagree. On the contrary, that our strength is in the diversity of ideas. We must disagree, that, in the words of the Proverbs, that iron sharpens iron. We believe in competition in this country under appropriate circumstances. In political terms, it's called democracy. Look, moral courage is not standing up to the people with whom you disagree. That's good. Good, do that. It's a free country. But real moral courage is standing up to the people with whom you agree on behalf of those with whom you disagree. If you want to solve this problem with me, if we want to be united we stand, we need to start doing that. We need to start loving our enemies. We need to start having common cause with the people with whom we disagree. We need to start saying, wow, you disagree with me in a very fundamental way. That does not mean you're trying to erase my right to exist. It means you have a difference of opinion, and I want to understand it, and I want you to understand me. And who knows, we might just persuade each other, and even if we don't, we can live together, and we can love each other as Americans. Look, this is such a great country. But we're weakening it from the inside out by not standing together. You know it's true. America and its strength, they're a gift to the world. We have an opportunity to make the world a better place, but only if we stand together, only if we are strong. And our strength is in our difference. Our strength is in our diversity. Let's be an example, each one of us, in our communities, in our families, in our churches, in our nation, of how we can do this. Let's let other people witness us loving each other, especially when we disagree. That's the magic ingredient behind being united and standing together. Can we do that? I think we can. I'm committed to it. I hope you are too. I'll be proud to see what happens from this important summit. And I'll be praying for the success of you and your endeavors, of this summit, and for the future of our nation. Thank you.
Thank you to Arthur Brooks for those inspiring remarks, for calling us to be able to, as Americans, to respect and even love our enemies and political opponents. I'm glad he's going to be praying because I'm going to need a little prayer. One of the core ideas of this summit is that we're not going to solve the crisis of hate-fueled violence by looking only at the extreme fringes of our society. Instead, we have to look right at the heart of our civic life and address the toxic divisions in our society that allow hate and extremism to fester and become mainstream. Our local leaders, the nation's mayors, are on the front lines of that work to renew our civic life and search for common ground. Mayors across the country are standing together against hate-fueled violence. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and a group of 4 mayors to the stage for an armchair conversation on how, as Americans, we can come together to bridge divides. Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, Director of the White House Office of Public Engagement. Mayor David Holt of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Mayor John Giles of Mesa, Arizona. Mayor Todd Gloria of San Diego, California, and Mayor Sharon Weston Broom of Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is truly an honor to join each of you today, and I have the great pleasure of joining these extraordinary leaders for a conversation about what's happening in our cities. We, of course, have Mayor David Holt from Oklahoma City, Mayor President, Sister Mayor Sharon Weston Broom from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Mayor John Giles of Mesa, Arizona, and Mayor Todd Gloria of San Diego, California. You all have come a very long way to be with us, and we appreciate that. Mayor Holt, I know that you have some very exciting news to share with us from the U.S. Conference of Mayors.
I do. Well, first of all, thank you to you and the President and Vice President and Ambassador Rice and everybody who has brought us here today, and especially for highlighting mayors. We think we do good work, obviously, and there's been a recurring metaphor today about potholes. Well, nobody fills potholes better than mayors. And on that note, in anticipation of this summit, we worked again on a project we had done a few years ago with the Anti-Defamation League, and we have Jonathan Greenblatt right here in the front row, and we brought mayors together to recreate a compact we once had, and we've now refreshed it and added the mayors of 2022. And so I can present today here at the summit that we now have over 150 mayors that have signed on to the Mayor's Compact to combat hate and extremism. There are 10 action items here. I won't read them all. I know we're rushed on time, but I would certainly invite you all to go to the U.S. Conference of Mayors website to see what we've each committed to. And maybe the most important thing to point out is that it's very bipartisan. And in fact, there's 2 registered Republicans sitting on the stage right now, and many more are signed on to this compact. And I think that that's obviously vital to this conversation, that we recognize this isn't about partisan differences or political differences. It's about our basic shared humanity and our basic shared status as Americans, and we certainly wanted to stand strongly for all of that today, and that's why we were pleased to deliver this today to the summit.
Well, I have to tell you all, when I was reading your bios, I really couldn't figure out who was a Democrat and who was a Republican. And we were talking about going to the U.S. Conference of Mayors meeting and how well we all work together and get along as mayors. So I'm going to start with you, Mayor Gloria. You are the first openly gay, first person of color to serve as mayor of San Diego. What has that experience been like?
Well, it's incredibly humbling, and the goal, of course, is not to be only the first. And the goal is to have others follow behind, right? And to do a good enough job to do that. To your question, Mayor, I would say that I think about my grandfather who came to San Diego because of the military, like so many folks do. And in my life, I never saw him in anything other than a 3-piece suit. And he wore that suit every day of his life because that's how he communicated to my city that he was a man worthy of respect. In 2 generations, his grandson has become the mayor of the city. And I think that speaks to what is truly about our country, that we are a country of opportunities, that we are compassionate, fair-minded people, and the minority of folks for whom hate has filled their heart, they don't represent us. And that we have to continue all we can to build bridges, to bring people together, to create more opportunities for little boys like me, little girls like the children at Central Elementary in City Heights in San Diego, kids who have tremendous promise and opportunity if we allow them to fulfill the whole dream of this country, which is you can be anything if you're willing to work hard enough.
Mayor Giles, we got to know each other when I was mayor of Atlanta. Tell me more about how mayors are working together to solve the problems that we are seeing across the country.
Well, I've really appreciated my association with the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and what we've discovered is that whenever we convene, really, it's all about stealing good ideas, because the issues that we have are really identical, slightly different. I mean, it's a little warmer in Mesa than it is in San Diego, but we're struggling. 10 seconds ago, we were commiserating over shared challenges. So this really is, it's a great resource for us to come together. And I've really appreciated the opportunity to be here today. Mesa is much like all of the wonderful and terrible stories that I heard this morning. It was a little bit of PTSD, I think, for all of us who have had this experience. Mesa, Arizona is a very compassionate city, but I'm a little ashamed to tell you that we are the city that had the first hate crime following 9/11. A wonderful Sikh gentleman that was out in front of his convenience store planting flowers for a unity summit was shot and killed by someone because he was wearing a turban. And so for 21 years since that horrible event, you know, the Sikh community and that family has been teaching us as a community very valuable lessons. And I heard that story repeated over and over again today, so I appreciate that. Again, that's an opportunity for mayors to come and learn from each other and for us to share that experience.
And I believe his brother is joining us here today.
He is here today.
Mayor Broome, you have had an extraordinary history. Your father took you to see Dr. King not once but twice on his shoulders. And then in your elementary school, Emmett Till's mother taught. Can you tell us about that experience, the encounter with her, and we've seen Dr. King and how that's framed how you lead Baton Rouge?
Yeah, I certainly believe that everything rises and falls on leadership, and we have experiences that we take into our leadership role. My parents were part of the first wave of the Great Migration, and my dad moved from Louisiana, my mom from Mississippi. They met in Chicago, married, and had me. And so growing up in Chicago, I was able to have access to a lot of experiences, and one of those experiences, not once but twice, was when my dad took me to see Martin Luther King. But one of my most memorable experiences was as a third grader at Carter Elementary School on the south side of Chicago, when my teacher, Mrs. Dozier, said, "I'm sending you next door to Mrs. Mobley's class. She's going to talk to you. I'm going to take her class." We went over to Mrs. Mobley's class. Mrs. Mobley started unfolding the story of a young man that was killed tragically in Money, Mississippi, and the story climaxed with Mrs. Mobley telling us that that was her son. That was Mamie Till Mobley, who taught fourth grade at Carter Elementary School. So you can imagine that has stayed with me all of my life. And as mayor president of a southern city now, when my parents remigrated, I've certainly taken those experiences growing up with the philosophies of Dr. King and applied them in trying to bring racial equity and inclusion in our city.
And I hope Ambassador Rice doesn't kill me after all this is over, because I'm going way off script. But I'm very curious, hearing that in third grade, sometimes we think our kids are too young to expose them to the ugly side of life. Did you feel like that was too young for you to be exposed in that way?
Absolutely not. You know, I'm a baby boomer, and growing up in that era, African-American stories, our history was very much a part of the fabric of our lives. And I believe that certainly growing up, it certainly helped me know what we were dealing with in America. And our parents had conversations around those issues. So I took those experiences and built on them as mayor of our city and our community, recognizing that some of the issues that we were dealing with then, unfortunately, the hatred has grown and escalated in the 21st century.
Right. Mayor Holt.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you had me at hello when I read that you tried to hang a portrait of Ralph Ellison, the great Harlem Renaissance author, and then on top of that, For the first time in the city's history, you hosted a pride event. You also publicly stated that you would welcome immigrants into Oklahoma City. You were the first mayor to officially join celebrations commemorating the civil rights movement. You had an Afghan refugee administer your oath of office in your second term, and you did a whole bunch of other stuff.
Sounds exhausting.
So it made me think about an encounter I had with someone. I went over to the state capitol, had a great meeting, and it was a Republican, and when the meeting was over, he said, and you better not tweet and say we had a good meeting. So how do you cross this divide? So much of what you've done on the surface doesn't look like it would align with your party affiliation.
Well, you know, I'm an Oklahoma Cityan first. I'm a human even before that. And, you know, we have to be intentional about seeing everybody and hearing everybody and really fostering a pluralistic society if we want this 240-year-old experiment to endure. And I wear every single day a pin right here. It's the only reason I'm not wearing the United We Stand pins. They're lovely. But I stuck with my 10KC pin, which is basically my local version of United We Stand. And ever since I started running 5 years ago for mayor, I've used that mantra of 10KC with the idea that we can only succeed in Oklahoma City if we set aside the things that divide us and find common purpose. And all the things you just cited are just examples of bringing everybody into our story and making our LGBTQ community, our African American community, our Native American community, our Vietnamese community, our refugee and immigrant community, all the communities of Oklahoma City should be recognized, obviously, by their mayor and by their city at large, and only through that can we accomplish great things. We're a city that is very much demographically and politically a microcosm of the country. We're about 50-50 on partisanship. We're very diverse. For us to get anything done, we have to find common ground. We have to be one OKC, and I, as a leader, have to be intentional about talking about that, which is why what you're doing here today is so important, because as much as we as political leaders talk about our policy outcomes we want, we also have to talk about how we're going to get there, especially in this toxic political environment. So just taking a moment to say, United We Stand, one OKC, we're going to work together, we're going to find common purpose is really, really important.
Mayor Giles. You said we are better when we lead with compassion and look to what we have in common rather than our differences. Is that how you lead every day?
Absolutely. I aspire to, right? I mean, we all are facing the common challenge that Mayor Holt has described, which is we all come from very diverse cities. We all come from politically diverse cities. And so the challenge that we all face is governing all of our citizens and giving them the respect that they deserve. Much like David's efforts in Oklahoma City, Mesa is a very conservative city in a red state. And so we have tried to bring people along with us. The only way that we can accomplish things like David is doing in Oklahoma City is in coalitions. We have to have. We adopted our non-discrimination ordinance a year ago in March of 2021. So by most city standards, that's way late. But in an environment like ours, we had to put it on the shelf for a year or two, and we had to engage the LGBTQ community with the evangelical community, with every other community, because we knew we were going to face political pushback, and in fact we did. There was a referendum, but because of the coalitions that we had built together, the R's and the D's and the LGBTQs and everybody else in the alphabet got together, and we were successful in protecting and maintaining that ordinance. So that's a big deal in a red environment, and so we all are doing the best we can with the tools that we've got.
Mayor Gloria, have you had to work a lot across party lines to get things done in your time on city council, and you served at the state level and now as mayor?
Of course. I mean, and with the kinds of results that my colleagues here are talking about. You know, when you bring people together, big and important things can get done. And I feel like the time in public office is limited, right? This is a temp gig on its best day, right? You only have a short amount of time. And so you have to work together to get things done. I think one of the things I'm proudest of is the mention of the fact that the first LGBTQ and first person of color mayor of the city, but I represent all 1.5 million San Diegans, right? And so we have a vision of, for all of us, for our administration, and we're trying to be very intentional in moving things forward. And I'll give you an example. We created our first Office of Race and Equity at the city, a Chief Race and Equity Officer, recognizing that as we expect all San Diegans to treat each other with respect and courtesy, we have to do that internal too. We have to lead by example. And when we proposed this, I thought it would be somewhat edgy, but the fact is it was ratified on a unanimous vote. Our selection of a director, the funding of that office, the expansion of that office has been something that we've been able to do unanimously. And I think that speaks well for the future. I realize we're in Washington, D.C., where things seem so polarized. But the fact of the matter is where the rubber meets the road, at the pothole level, we're here doing the work of bringing people together to get this work done. And it is my fervent hope that what we're doing at the cities really incubates upward to our state and national levels so that we can reclaim what we are as Americans and stand united as the president is asking us to do.
Amen.
First time I met then Vice President Joe Biden, I was on city council, and he said, "You have the hardest job. It's harder than being vice president." And I said, "Why do you say that?" He said, "Because everybody knows where you live." So I'll go one step further. As mayor, they know where you live and they will show up at your house.
Yeah.
So can you all just talk briefly about what's been the toughest thing for you to accomplish in bringing people in your city together in this very heated and often hate-fueled climate? What's been the most difficult challenge?
Well, I'll start.
Yeah.
First of all, coming from a southern city, becoming mayor of a city where many of the individuals at that time felt that we were a city pulled apart because we had been in some very intense trauma in 2016 with the officer-involved shooting of Alton Sterling. Then we had officers that were ambushed. So we were really a community pulled apart. And so how do you unify a community who's really traumatized after experiences like that? It takes healing. And so we've been very intentional about focusing on a unified city, focusing on healing our community with specific initiatives, such as a recast grant that we received that brought people together from all walks of life, all races, on a regular basis and on a monthly basis to have conversations. But I'm reminded, Mayor, of something that one of the officers wrote on his Facebook page before he was ambushed and killed. He said, he was talking about the city being pulled apart, the polarization, racial polarization. And on his post, he said, "Don't let hatred fill your heart." Not long after he made that post, he was killed as a result of a violent act. And so my goal is to bring us together around shared goals that all of us should have as humans, as I heard one of my colleagues said. But it takes very intentional work. It takes courageous work, because as an African American, the first African American female leading this city, you know, I have to tell you that the unprecedented times that we live in certainly make it a challenge, but it's doable and it's not impossible.
Mayor, I'll switch it up. What's your advice to leaders across the country on how we can work together across party lines to make our communities better?
Okay. Get off social media. I mean, that's a flippant answer, but I mean, we're so much better than who we present ourselves in the digital world. Yeah, well, that's what I find. That's what was challenging about the pandemic when so many of us were apart from one another. If your whole sole experience of one another is in a digital environment where you can be a keyboard cowboy and just say whatever you want with no accountability, that's not what our country is about. That's what tears us apart, and that's why this convening is important. But I think beyond that, you know, I had a great mentor in my career, former Congresswoman Susan Davis. She's a social worker by profession. I know everyone thinks everyone becomes a politician by being attorneys. Some of us get here through social work, and I'd say that's a better path. And her message to me was always to listen more than you talk. That's how a leader should be, that you need to be a representative for your people. And I think what I was saying before, these hate-filled voices, these people that take their hatred and their vitriol and they turn it into violence, they are not the majority. They are the tiniest of minorities. And so, you know, if we're only listening to social media and if we're talking more than we're listening, we're not going to move past this. But I believe so strongly, as the president does, that we are stronger and better than this. And that's why I appreciate being included today.
Mayor Giles, I think you are the most seasoned mayor on the stage.
Could be.
Can you just give us some of your lessons learned?
You know, leadership is very important. I hope everybody in this room appreciates the opportunity that you have to be a leader like us, or in some of you on a larger scale than us. And what a privilege that is, right? To be given this opportunity to have an impact. There's, in my estimation, there's nothing more impactful than government. And so, but you're really only impactful, and you can really only be a leader if you do it in a courageous way. Leaders that shy away from challenges are not leaders. If each of us talked about the things that we're most proud of, it's been the things that we took a lot of crap over, right? And I think that's true in all of our lives, right? We don't, whatever we're most proud of is what we've had to work the hardest for. So I would just compliment and encourage everyone here to take pride in being a courageous leader. Go ahead and take, pay the price for doing the right thing, and you'll never regret it.
All right. Mayor Holt, I was so stuck on Ralph Ellison. I didn't mention that you are the first Native American to serve as the mayor of Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm. Tribal leaders here.
And what has that experience been like for you?
Well, we're the capital and largest city in a state with 39 native tribes, but none of them are headquartered in Oklahoma City, so maybe that's why there's always been a little bit of a disconnect. But I've taken great pride in that and was honored a year ago, I think maybe today, to have cut the ribbon on our nearly $200 million First Americans Museum, which is really very unique. I certainly invite everybody, I'm sure all of us invite all of you to come to our cities, that's what mayors do, but I certainly invite you all to come and see it. I think it's even better than the one here in Washington, and I don't know why you're laughing, it doesn't seem funny to me, it's dead serious. No, it's a fabulous facility, but it's really, obviously, as I said earlier, just so important that all of our history is told, and whether it be our civil rights movement, we were one of the first sit-ins in the country, but it wasn't a story we were telling in Oklahoma City, so it needed to be told, and this is similar. You know, obviously the Native American history in Oklahoma is very tortured, and a lot of it was buried down deep, and I'm Osage as well, and so there's don't have enough time for those stories, but go read Killers of the Flower Moon about that. But there's so many stories that need to be told, and by lifting those up, we learn a lot of important lessons, and maybe I'll leave with that. You know, I'm also the mayor of a city that has a scar in its downtown from April 19th, 1995, that is a reminder of what happens when you let dehumanization and hateful rhetoric reach its natural conclusion. And so there's a lot of stories in this room like that. They are all reminders of why we're doing this work. And I join Mayor Giles and everybody else in saluting everyone in this room for making something purposeful out of your pain. And that's certainly what we try to do in Oklahoma City in the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing. And it's why I'm proud to be here today, and I think we all can lead by example, and we're all leaders, and we can continue to shine a path towards a more united country that, sure, still has policy debates, but ultimately comes to a resolution in a peaceful way and then moves forward together.
Mayor Morial, you know mayors can talk a long time, so I'm looking for the timekeeper to make sure we don't get in trouble. We got 5 more minutes. All right, then.
I kind of get the impression if Ambassador Rice says it's okay, it's okay.
Started here. I'll go back to you, Mayor Broome. Serving as the first woman, first African-American woman, what challenges have you seen? And does that play out across racial lines or gender lines or party lines? Or have you experienced any challenges?
Yes, I have experienced challenges.
Well, you don't look like you have.
I will tell you that a lot of it has been along racial lines, and certainly it is part of the conversation that we're having here today. When I first started my journey of public service, of course, as I heard many of my colleagues said, you couldn't tell, who was a Republican, who was a Democrat. There was more civility existing, but now there's such a heightened level of disrespect, hatred, even towards elected officials. I do not go on social media to see what people are saying about me, but people will tell you from time to time what people are saying about you. And a lot of the comments have racial overtones. But I believe for me as a mayor, as we've heard from many of our colleagues here, it's incumbent upon me to set the standard and to set the tone. And I am committed that our city will be a city united. I'm committed that our city will break down the racial barriers that exist. But once again, it takes intentionality. It takes focus, courage. That's why in a time where many people did not want to see me move forward with some of my initiatives like a commission on racial equity and inclusion, because my community was crying out for inclusion. They wanted to close that gap. We did that. And I'm proud to say we had people from all over our city, black and white, who wanted to be a part of it. And I'm always of the opinion that there are more who want to do the right thing. They don't always speak up or get involved. But these type of initiatives help people center around shared goals.
I'll say one of the most sobering experiences that I had as mayor. You're right, we're used to getting called names and ugly things being said to us and about us. But I received a text message. Someone called me the N-word. And my then 13-year-old son, or 12, he may have been 12, was looking over my shoulder and saw it. And I don't normally elevate bad and hateful behavior, but I put it on social media because the look on my son's face and the fear in his eyes was something I felt people needed to know what we were dealing with in 2020 and before and since, and how it was playing out, not just publicly, but privately as well. Mayor Giles, in terms of your working in this bipartisan way, do you get pushback for working in unison with people who don't look like you, who aren't a part of the same party?
Here's what I'm dealing with right now in Mesa, Arizona. I filmed a television commercial supporting a candidate of a different party that has been playing nonstop in the Phoenix market. And so my staff every day, I am not well liked by my staff right now. Because if you measure it electronically, it's like 100 to 1 people hate me for, I don't understand this, but they hate me because I am endorsing somebody that's not of my party, which I we all probably don't think that's that big a deal, but there's people who do. But in real life, and this is what surprised me even more than the vitriol, is people that I don't know stop me everywhere I am. I'm getting on the airplane to come here last night. I couldn't get it down the hall of the coming out of the Phoenix airport because people were stopping me, thanking me for doing that commercial. So I think real people, right? And real people in the real world, they get it. But as you know, Mayor Broom was saying, this is a horribly divided country, deeply divided, closely divided. It's almost a 50-50 situation in many of our communities. But I think that I guess none of us could sleep very well at night if I didn't think that the majority of people are yearning for a reconciliation. Yes. And are very, they are people of good faith.
Yes.
And so that's heartwarming.
Yeah. If I may add to that, I just, to really validate, I really believe that there's 60 to 70% of Americans who just, and they are different parties, so they may on paper appear to be divided, but they really just want to work together and get things done. And there are extremes at the ends of the ideological spectrum who get a lot of extra voice through social media and a lot of extra amplification through closed partisan primaries. Don't get me started on that. But, and most mayors aren't elected that way, by the way. And so we're able to build these coalitions of regular people in the middle. And we certainly need to be, I think, intentional about elevating that pragmatic, pluralistic willingness to work together. And that's certainly what John and I, who are the Republicans on the stage, are here today to certainly embody.
I won't tweet about
it. This isn't televised, is it? No, we've got to work together, and most Americans want us to. They really do.
They do.
Yes.
They do. Yeah.
Mayor Gloria, your LGBTQ Alliance and your partnership with the private sector. Tell me how that's helped the work that you are attempting to accomplish and do on behalf of the people of San Diego.
Yeah. First off, hats off to the U.S. Conference of Mayors for having an LGBT alliance and to having mayors who are LGBTQ and straight who are part of this to use our collective voice to try and advance equality. And to your question about the corporate sector, I mean, we have taken a situation where I can recall figuring out at a very young age what side my bread was buttered on and knowing that that was probably not a good thing for me, right? That I was going to face more adversity and whatnot. To a place where today, you know, corporations understand very clearly that consumers don't want to be associated with hate, right? And that they want to see folks actually speak out against that. The most egregious stuff, not everyday things, but with the egregious stuff. When you say, like, we're going to erase these children over here because of who they are, or that, you know, that we are going to, you know, prevent people from obtaining appropriate health care. I've been struck by the change that I've seen in my lifetime. It gets to the speaking, I think, to the point of my colleagues of the general goodness of people and how the majority of folks just want us to get along and move forward. And this venue of the Alliance of Mayors is powerful. And as we see renewed tax on marriage equality and things of that nature, mayors across this country in a bipartisan fashion, red states and blue, urban, rural, all signing their names to documents saying, no, we cannot go back. What we've done on women's health care is egregious, but we're not going to allow this to happen to equality. This is a game changer. And I know what it does for millions of children across this country who've gotten all the signals that I got, but instead of what I had as a kid, now have hundreds of mayors representing tens of millions of Americans saying, no, we're going to stand up for these people.
Mayor Brown, leave us with something hopeful.
I am very hopeful when I see everybody on a spirit of one accord here in this room today. I'm very hopeful with an administration, a president, and an administration that understands how vital it is to unite our community. I am hopeful that most of us in this room believe that at the end of the day, it is our care, it is our concern, and it is our love for our fellow human that really is the true measure of our greatness as a nation. Thank you.
Well, it is great being in Washington, D.C., but you all see the real work gets done at home. Thank you all for joining us today, and thank you so much for your leadership. I am inspired by your leadership, and I know that the rest of the audience is as well. Thank you.
In order for us to care about one another, in order for us to be united, in order for us to be in relationship with one another, we have to be able to talk about the difficult things. We have to be able to face them. We have to be able to hear each other's dreams and hopes, but also hear each other's fears and pain.
If you provide students with those skills to listen, to provide feedback, to share their stories, and they practice it, they will learn from one another.
We're not always going to agree. And understand that, you know, perspectives are perspectives, but we have to get beyond this point where we can't come up with answers or solutions because I'm stuck on what I believe or what I desire, what I want.
As long as we're here, I believe we all have a duty to bring those people together, have these conversations, make these connections.
And I'll never forget what she said. She said, I came here to set you police officers straight. I came here so you could understand what it's like to be a Black woman experiencing what's been happening in our country. She said, but I realized over these 6 weeks that in the same way that I don't want you to profile me, I honestly have been profiling you because of your profession. And she said, so I'm leaving with a different perspective toward police officers. I'm leaving with an opportunity to deepen relationships with you all, and I realized how much I needed that.
Let's dig right into what is the issue that we know that we're all experiencing. How do we honor that, give voice to that, and then learn some strategies for how we cope with that.
When we recognize that we all have stories that are different and are able to come together and genuinely listen to one another's, we understand each other.
I genuinely have faith that we can get to a better place. It's because I see it.
I think that there is a place for us in our potentially what might be perceived as separate kind of communities and backgrounds to have these real conversations that might include some of what I was describing, rage and pain and anger and all of that, right? So that there's healing that can be done.
We're able to, let's say, see the humanity in each other. And understand each other's stories, and understand, even when we have disagreements, we often find that we have shared values.
What a wonderful group of people those last two panels were. The women leaders, community leaders, and these mayors who will have me never looking at potholes the same way, which is a good thing because I live in Miami and work in New York, so I see a lot of potholes. But, you know, in spite of how polarized our country can feel, the reality is that the American people are overwhelmingly united in condemning hate-fueled violence. But learning to have meaningful conversations with folks we disagree with takes practice. Let's take an opportunity to do some practicing now. Please join me in a brief greeting time, we're calling it. We want you to get up, we want you to go around the room, find somebody that you may not know, that you may want to know. We want you to get some blood flowing because it's after lunch and I saw some of you having cookies and the president is coming and you got to be on your A game. So please greet your neighbors and start some conversations.
Please. Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Audio check for the pool.
Check,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Audio check.
Gentlemen, please silence. Take. Tell me when you're ready. Okay. Please take your seats. The next session is about to begin.
One final audio check for the pool. Check, check, 1, 2. Let's hear it in the room, please. Audio check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't hear it either. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 3. Audio check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, hey.
Please welcome the President of the United States, accompanied by Susan Bro.
Can't see the teleprompter till you sit down. That whole back row had to sit down. Skiing for a moment here. I want to thank Ambassador Rice for the phone call. I had been told a summit was coming, and I said, I can't, I'm babysitting. I can't do that. And she called and said, President Biden would like you to introduce him. I said, let me make some phone calls. On August 12th, 2017, I became a member of a club that reaches across all races, genders, and ages. And as my dear friend Dawn Collins points out, it's a club no one wants to belong to. The families of Matthew Shepard, James Byrd, Khalid Jabara, and 2nd Lieutenant Richard Collins III were already members. My membership was sealed in Charlottesville, Virginia, when a car drove into a crowd of counter-protesters. The driver admitted in court that it was a crime of hate, an attempted mass murder that only killed one person, and that person was my daughter, Heather Heyer. The car that struck her ruptured her abdominal aorta in 4 places at once. She was a paralegal and a waitress, unknown to anyone outside her family, friends, co-workers, and clients. Her murder resonated around the world, but the hate did not begin nor end there. White supremacist organizers had worked for months that year to create a culture of hate and dissonance with numerous rallies, marches, and visits in Charlottesville. In October 2017, another torch rally was held by some of the same organizers in that town. To this day, white supremacist stickers are often placed at the site of her murder and on the University of Virginia campus, along with recruitment flyers, as noted by Charlottesville racial justice anti-racism activists. Some of these same groups have also been active in Washington, D.C., Idaho, California, and more. The truth is that the loss my family has suffered is part of a bigger story. According to data from the ADL in 2021, anti-Semitic incidents reached an all-time high. And across the country, hate crimes are on the rise. And while my daughter's death received so much national and international attention, all too often these hateful attacks are committed against people of color with unacceptably little public attention. And that's why this summit is so important. We're here to share our experiences and our strategies to combat hate. But it must continue beyond today. Governments, corporations, communities, and organizations must continue to move forward in ways that pull us all together. We must shine the light of truth, justice, and equity on this issue and reject those who want us to live in fear of our fellow man. For as long as hate thrives, more parents will be inducted into that club. I want to thank the Arab American Institute, the Lawyers Committee, the Leadership Conference, and Southern Poverty Law Center who supported me and my family through this. And I want to thank the Anti-Defamation League, the National Urban League, Asian Americans Advancing Justice, LULAC, and the National Action Network for calling this summit. And I want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time to join the summit today, because you are proving that together we can come together to conquer hate. Finally, I would like to thank the man who has kept his promise to me to honor my daughter and the memory of so many to bring about change, President Joseph Biden.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you for that introduction. And, many of you have lost parts of your heart and soul yourselves. And you know that although moments like this where we are working like the devil to see to it other people don't go through the same thing, as Susan knows, it just brings back everything. It's hard to stand up here and recall exactly what happened without it all flooding back as if it was happening again. So Susan, thank you not only for your words, but for your courage. I really mean it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Through your pain, you found purpose worthy of the life that Heather lived, and purpose to help us stand united as she did. And that's why so many of you have done for so long in your own way as survivors, hate-filled violence, family victims, allies and advocates, mayors, community leaders, members of Congress. Your presence is a testament to the truth that we must and we can come together, regardless of our backgrounds, our beliefs. We have to stand united against hate-fueled violence because it's real. You know it better than anyone. To affirm that an attack on one group of us is literally an attack on all of us. I sincerely appreciate all of you joining this first-of-its-kind summit held here in the White House, and I want to thank Anna Navarro, Lisa Ling for participating, and I want to thank the civil rights organizations that called for such a summit after the evil came to Buffalo 4 months ago. The National Urban League, the Anti-Defamation League, the Asian American Advancing Justice, the League of United Latin American Citizens, the National Action Network. Jill and I, my wife Jill and I, and she's teaching, that's why she's not here, traveled to Buffalo to grieve with families and deliver a message from deep in our nation's soul. In America, evil will not win. It will not prevail. And white supremacists will not have the last word, and this venom and violence cannot be the story of our time. So we convene this summit to make clear what the story of our time must be. It has to be a story in which each and every one of us has a vital role to play, a story with this message from the White House. United, united, united we stand. Look, I decided to run for president, as Susan knows, after Charlottesville. Literally, not figuratively. I had no intention of running. I give you my word. I was teaching, and I thought that was the best thing for me to do, as Chris knows, my colleague from Delaware. But Charlottesville changed everything, because I believed our story is to unite as people, one nation and one America. When those folks came out of that field carrying torches, the United States of America, carrying torches, chanting the same anti-Semitic bile that was chanted in Germany in the early 30s, accompanied by white supremacists holding Nazi flags. And I thought to myself, my God, this is the United States of America, Senator. How could it happen? No, I really mean it. As my friends in the movement, civil rights movement, know, I got involved in politics because of civil rights as a kid. But the idea that in the first quarter of the 20th century, we had people coming out of fields carrying torches, Nazi flags and banners, chanting the bile, accompanied by white supremacists. David Dukes and his crowd. And an innocent young woman is killed. When the last guy was asked, what did he think? He said he thought there were some fine people on both sides. Look, folks, there are core values that should bring us together as Americans. And one of them is standing together against hate, racism, bigotry, violence that have long haunted and plagued our nation. Another core value is standing united. For the enduring source of our strength is the idea of America. We're the most unique nation in the world. Every other nation is based on ethnicity, geography. In America, we're based on an idea. Literally, not figuratively, an idea. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All women and men are created equal, endowed by their Creator, etc. We've never lived up to that, but we never before walked away from it. We never walked away from it. That's why it's so important what you're doing. It's so important that we keep hollering. So important for people to know that's not who we are. You know, I do a lot of foreign travel in my business. I spend an awful lot of time, and I know virtually every head of state. When I went to the first G7 meeting in England of the largest democracies in the world, I sat down and I said, you know, I've heard me say this before, Rev. I said, America's back. You know what these leaders said around a small table with no press there? For how long? For how long? The combination of January the 6th, what they saw in Charlottesville, not America. Not who we are. The idea of America is guarantees that everyone is treated with dignity and equality. An idea that ensures an inclusive, multiracial democracy. An idea that we give no safe harbor, none, to hate. Well, we've never, as I said, fully lived up to the idea. We've never walked away from it before. Look, I'm not naive. Kamala and I traveled to Atlanta to grieve with Asian American residents. The violence against community rose during the pandemic. Too many people fearful just walking the streets in America. Jewish high holidays approach. Families will gather for reflection under the shadow of the rise of anti-Semitism just 4 years after the attack on the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, the deadliest act of anti-Semitism in our nation's history. This summer, 31 white supremacists in Idaho were stopped from unleashing hateful violence just before they reached a pride celebration, a threat following a record year of violence against transgender Americans. Today, with the fall semester starting, we're joined by presidents of historic black college and universities should be able to focus on providing the best experience possible for their students, but instead are having to worry about more bomb threats against their institutions. Too often, Native Americans, disabled Americans face harassment, discrimination, and violence and victimization. Unfortunately, such hate-fueled violence and threats are not new to America. There's a through line of hate, from massacres of indigenous people to the original sin of slavery, the terror of the Klan, to anti-immigration violence against the Irish, Italians, Chinese, Mexicans. So many others lace through our history. There's a through line of violence against religious groups: anti-Semitic, anti-Catholic, anti-Mormon, anti-Muslim, anti-Hindu, anti-Sikh. Look, folks, and that through line of hate never fully goes away. It only hides. If I said before, when I was chairman of the Judiciary Committee, I felt really good that I got the extension of the Voting Rights Act for over 25 years. I even got Strom Thurmond to vote for it. No, not a joke. And I thought, well, you know, hate can be defeated, but only hides. And when given any oxygen, it comes out from under the rocks. In the last few years, it's been given much too much oxygen in our politics, in our media, and on the internet. Too much hate, all for power and profit. That's the part where that's changed a little bit. It's about power and profit. Too much hate that's fueled extremist violence that's been allowed to fester and grow. You know, as a result, our very own intelligence agencies, in the United States of America, have determined that domestic terrorism, rooted in white supremacy, is the greatest terrorist threat to our homeland today. I've been around a while. I never thought I'd hear that or say that. Enough. We need to say clearly and forcefully, white supremacy, all forms of hate fueled by violence have no place in America. Failure to call it out is complicity, my dad would say. If your silence is complicity, We can't remain silent. There's those who say we bring this up, we just divide the country. Bring it up, we silence it instead of remaining silent. For in silence, wounds deepen. We have to face the good, the bad, and the truth. That's what great nations do. And we're a great nation. So, we face at this moment, in my view, an inflection point. One of those moments that determine the shape of everything that's going to come after. Our great-grandchildren are going to look back and decide whether or not in this 2, 4, 6, 8-year period we stepped up. Because the world is changing. As the Irish poet said, all changed utterly. A terrible beauty has been born. We must choose to be a nation of hope, unity and optimism, or a nation of fear and division and hate. And we choose, as we do, we know this: hate-fueled violence is born into the fertile soil of a toxic division. And we won't solve the problem by going after the extreme fringes alone. We have to confront the ways in which our toxic division fuel this crisis for all of us. Our differences certainly don't turn a fellow American into a sworn enemy. Building bridges across divides doesn't mean we're sacrificing our own beliefs and our core values. To be a nation of hope and unity and optimism, we have to recognize that we're not helpless in the face of hate and fuel violence. We're far more united than we're divided, but we have to focus on it. In fact, the vast majority of Americans are overwhelmingly united against such violence. The vast majority of us believe in honesty, decency, and respect for others, patriotism, liberty, justice for all, hope, and possibilities. And I know we can do this together. I really mean it. We can do this together. Last year with Susan here at the White House, I signed a bipartisan COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act that included provisions named after Heather that are going to help state and local law enforcement better identify and respond to hate crimes. Earlier this summer, I signed into law the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first major gun safety legislation in 30 years. It will help keep weapons out of the hands of people who engage in hate and rage and make them dangerous to themselves and to others. And I'm going to say it again. I am not going to stop till we ban assault weapons. We have to ban assault weapons. I mean it. We did it once before. And when we did, mass crimes plummeted. My first day in office, I directed my national security and homeland security teams to develop a first-ever national strategy for countering domestic terrorism. The goal is to improve and enhance our understanding of this growing threat within our country, prevent people from being mobilized to violence, to counter the relentless exploitation of the internet to recruit and mobilize domestic terrorism. And there's more we have to do together for the whole of government approach and a whole of nation approach. That's why today we're launching a new White House initiative on hate-motivated violence. We're going to use every federal resource available to help communities counter hate-fueled violence, build resilience, and foster greater national unity. For example, trainings on identifying, reporting, and combating hate-fueled violence for local law enforcement agencies, workplaces, and houses of worship. Partnerships with schools that help them address bullying and harassment. I'm calling for a new era of national service through organizations like AmeriCorps to foster stronger communities and bridge divides in our society. And I'm calling on Congress to do its part. Raise the living allowance for national service positions to the equivalent of $15 an hour. This would make national service an accessible pathway to success for more Americans of all backgrounds. Pass my budget, increase funding to protect nonprofits and houses of worship from hate-fueled violence. and hold social media platforms accountable for spreading hate and fuel violence. And I'm calling on Congress to get rid of special immunity for social media companies and impose much stronger transparency requirements on all of them. But folks, it's not just the federal government that can act. Everyone has a role to play in this story, whether you're a researcher seeking to understand the causes of hate-fueled violence, a philanthropist seeking to fund that research, or a concerned neighbor bearing witness to it and most collectively condemn those seeking mainstream violence or the threat of violence. Look, as part of this summit, nonprofit organizations like the Interfaith America, Habitat for Humanity, and the YMCA are launching new nationwide training to teach 10,000 Americans how to become bridge builders in their communities. And the U.S. Conference of Mayors is spearheading a compact with over 150 mayors, and Democrats, Republicans, and independents to address hate-fueled violence in their communities. And today, a group of philanthropic leaders are announcing they'll mobilize $1 billion investment toward building a culture of respect, peace, and cooperation in our civic life. Folks, this is just the beginning. A new bipartisan initiative, Dignity.us, will take this nation in the national conversation we launched today on the road across all 50 states and the District of Columbia, territories, tribal lands, to listen and learn from the people doing this work and find ways to scale up the best ideas. Bipartisan Presidential Center, senior officials from prior Democrat and Republican administrations will all support this effort. We're also about to meet some local heroes as we're honoring the Uniters. 21 fellow Americans, pastors, rabbis, imams, building relationships across faiths, a police officer educating fellow law enforcement officers, a middle school student mobilizing her community, a filmmaker documenting the epidemic of missing and murdered indigenous people, and so many more who are taking a stand. That's what this summit is all about. We, the people, we have to stand united. We have to do more. Let me close where I started by thanking all of you, and two people in particular, Rana and Sodi is a brother of Balbari Singh Sodihai, one of the first American victims of post-9/11 hate crimes. On this day in 2001, with Ground Zero smoldering, he was targeted, shot, and killed at work in Arizona by a white supremacist. To honor his memory, last year during the Asian American History Month, here at the White House, we displayed the turban he used to wear with pride. Miss Sarah Collins Randolph is also here today. On this day in 1963, her sister, Addie Mae, was one of 4 little girls preparing for Sunday school who were murdered by white supremacists in the 16th Baptist Church bombing in Birmingham, which I visited. Miss Collins Rudolph survived the bombing, but still carries the scars of that blast. Miss Collins Rudolph, I'm honored to see you here again. Thank you for being here. I visited the church on this day in 2019, and I'll visit it with you and always remember what happened. All these years later, Miss Randolph, Mr. Sodhai, providing the evidence that we need, proving that grief is universal. But so is hope and so is love. My fellow Americans, we remain in the battle for the soul of our nation. When I look around at all of you here today, I know we'll win that battle. I know we'll win it. The power is within each of us to transform the story of our time, to rise together against hate, to show who we are. We are the United States of America. And there's nothing beyond our capacity. And one of my reasons for optimism is the young people in this country. They're the least prejudiced, most volunteering, least, how can I say it, least likely to find blame, and most likely to get engaged. We have to organize them, just like our generation was organized in the civil rights days. And we can do this because the violence and the haters are in a minority. But unless we speak out, it's going to continue. It'll continue. And folks, we cannot be intimidated by those who are talking about this as somehow we're a bunch of wacko liberals who are engaged in this new. I mean, think about how it's characterized. We have to stand up, and I'm confident we will. Thank you all for being here, and Susan, thank you for organizing this. And I've said many times, every time I'd walk out of my Grandpa Finnegan's house, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." My grandmother, "No, Joey, spread it. Let's go spread the faith." Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage Anna Navarro and Lisa Ling.
Yeah, I don't know how you follow the President of the United States. Do you know how to sing and dance?
I don't. Fortunately, we have amazing people to introduce.
Okay, that is wonderful. And let's get this started again. On behalf of the White House, Susan, you're going to let me talk on behalf of the White House? Okay, on behalf of the White House, Lisa and I have the distinct pleasure of honoring a group of uniters who embody the best of us and demonstrate a path forward out of division. These American heroes are working in their communities across the country to stand against hate, heal divides, and build unity. Uniters converge. So Lisa and I are going to take turns honoring these wonderful Americans. Pastor Bob Roberts, Imam Muhammad Magid, Rabbi David Sepperstein founded Multi-Faith Neighbors Network, an organization committed to building cross-cultural relationships and coordinating grassroots movements with religious leaders across Christian, Muslim, and Jewish faith. Their work is rooted in the idea that building stronger and more sustainable relationships with people from different religious, cultural, and social backgrounds is the key to dismantling hate and fostering unity.
Dawn and Richard Collins are a couple from Maryland whose son, Lieutenant Richard Collins III, an ROTC member and undergraduate at Bowie State University and HBCU, was murdered on the University of Maryland's campus by a man who publicly embraced white supremacy. The family has since worked to close a loophole in Maryland's hate crime law, now named Second Lieutenant Richard W. Collins III Law. And has established a foundation in his name to combat hate and violence of all forms by forging relationships between educational institutions, military families, and local communities.
Lieutenant Brian Murphy, as an officer with the Oak Creek Police Department, was the first responder on the scene of the August 5th, 2012 horrific attack on the Sikh Gurdwara in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, where a gunman killed 7 members of the Sikh faith. Since the attack, Lieutenant Murphy has spoken to over 75,000 law enforcement officers across the country to educate them about the faith and provide comfort and support to other officers who have been shot in the line of duty.
In October 1998, Dennis and Judy Shepard lost their 21-year-old son, Matthew, after he was brutally attacked in an anti-gay hate crime outside of Laramie, Wyoming. In the aftermath of Matthew's death, Judy and Dennis started the Matthew Shepard Foundation to share Matthew's story and educate communities about hate crimes against the LGBTQI+ community. Thanks to their tireless advocacy, federal hate crimes legislation was passed in their son's name.
Alana Grant is a former teacher whose grandfather, Reverend Danielle Lee Simmons, was murdered inside Mother Emanuel in Charleston, South Carolina on June 27, 2015. In response to this tragedy, Alana started the Hate Won't Win movement and dedicated herself to spreading a message of love and tolerance to prevent further acts of hate-fueled violence.
Masood Akhtar is an Indian-American Muslim activist and the founder of We Are Many United Against Hate, a nonpartisan organization using outreach and intervention to address the root causes of hate, bigotry, and racism. We Are Many United Against Hate to help heal divides by organizing community and school panels across Wisconsin with former white supremacists, religious leaders, educators, and law enforcement to focus on engaging middle and high school youth who are often targeted and recruited by hate groups.
Jeff Binkley and his late wife, Margaret, co-founded Mora's Voice in the aftermath of the November 2018 shooting at a Tallahassee, Florida yoga studio that took the lives of his daughter, Mora, and a 21-year-old senior at Florida State University, and Dr. Nancy Van Vessem, a medical school professor at Florida State University, and injured 5 other women. Mora's Voice supports hate crime research and the prevention of violence against women and girls through the Mora's Voice Fund for Research at Florida State University.
Valerie Kaur is a Sikh American civil rights leader, lawyer, filmmaker, and author of See No Stranger, a memoir and manifesto of revolutionary love. She began chronicling racial violence when a family friend was murdered in hate after 9/11 21 years ago. Today, Valerie leads the Revolutionary Love Project, equipping people across America with practical tools to build a healthy, multiracial democracy.
In the aftermath of the 2017 white supremacist riot in Charlottesville, Virginia, Rabbi Rachel Schmelkin and Pastor Tom Breeden began working through the One America movement to bring together other clergy and community leaders to help heal the divisions in the city. They work in Charlottesville and other communities across the country to inspire clergy to combat toxic polarization by engaging across religious, political, and racial divides.
Carmina Taylor is an organizational development practitioner at Health Spark Foundation. She runs statewide civic Saturday gatherings, which are conversations that bring together people from all walks of life, and has worked throughout Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, to build trust between law enforcement and communities.
Jordan Dresser is the chairman of the Northern Arapaho Tribe of the Wind River Reservation, where he collaborates with federal, state, local, and tribal leaders on ways to make communities safer and to improve mutual understanding and respect between communities. Through a partnership with the Episcopal Church, he has brought Arapaho cultural items home to the reservation for community members to access. He shares his community's stories about loss, love, and perseverance through documentary filmmaking.
Miriam Vargas Corona is a proud dreamer who was brought to the United States by her parents as a 9-month-old infant and raised in rural Oregon. She is executive director of Unidos Bridging Community, a nonprofit in rural Oregon whose mission is to build bridges of understanding and support between Latino and non-Latino communities in Yamhill County.
Reverend Dr. Darren Chesky has dedicated his life to building bridges between diverse communities. In 2001, he founded Heartland Church, a multiracial, multi-ethnic, interdenominational church in Fishers, Indiana, and more recently, piloted a program called Be the Bridge to bring together small groups of people across racial lines to forge common bonds.
On Taylor Dumpson's first day in office as the first Black woman student body president at American University, a masked individual hung bananas from nooses around campus and in her sorority. A neo-Nazi website also targeted her for vicious abuse and harassment. She settled a lawsuit against one of her harassers who apologized and agreed to undertake anti-hate trainings and complete 2 hours of community service. 200 hours. She now uses her experience to promote conversations about how everyday Americans can stop hate in their communities.
Takes me 2 hours just to get up in the morning. Dr. Suzanne Barakat is a physician and the sister of Diya Barakat, one of the 3 American Muslim college students murdered in Chapel Hill, North Carolina in 2015 in an Islamophobic attack. Following the deaths of her brother, his wife, and her sister, Dr. Barakat has worked alongside Americans of diverse religions, races, ethnicities, and sexual identities to organize, educate, and advocate around a simple message that the only medicine for hatred is love, understanding, and compassion.
And last but certainly not least, our youngest uniter. Mina Fedor is a student from Piedmont, California, who founded AAPI Youth Rising when she was 13, an organization dedicated to educating the public on AAPI American history and mobilizing Americans to stop violent racist attacks against the AAPI community. Please join me in giving all of our uniters a huge round of applause for their work in communities across the country.
What an inspiration. And Mina, at 13, doing so much, such a late bloomer. Finally, the day is not over, and we have a very special surprise because since Lisa and I can't sing or dance, we thought we'd bring people who actually can. So we're honored today to have a very special musical guest with us. Over the past year, historically Black colleges and universities across America have been targeted by disturbing and hateful bomb threats. These threats are wrong, and we collectively reject them. Here to honor the resilience of the HBCU community and our wider commitment to joining common cause against such violence, please join me in welcoming the Howard University Gospel Choir.
Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. I'm gonna marching up to freedom. Ain't gonna let injustice turn me round, turn me round. Ain't gonna let injustice Yes, I'm gonna keep on marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let no bomb threat turn me around. Ain't gonna let no bomb threats. I'm gonna keep on marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me round. No. I'm gonna march on to freedom land. I'm gonna marching up to freedom land. Clap your hands with us today. We're so excited to be here with you today, and we thank you for the invitation. But we just want to leave you with a little message of hope. Everybody say, hold on. Change is coming. Come on, one more time. Hold on. Don't worry about a thing. Yesterday, a man said to me, said, how can you smile when your world is tumbling down? And I said, here's my secret. Hey, when I wanna cry, I take a look around and I see that I'm getting by, and I hold on. Change is coming. Hold on. Don't you worry about a thing. No, hold on. 'Cause you can make it. Hold on, everything will be alright. Listen, 'cause when the troubles of life weigh you down, just lift your head up and say, yeah. And when the love you seek is hard to find, don't give up, keep strong, keep the faith and hold on. Your change is coming. You just gotta hold on, and don't you worry about a thing. No, hold on, you can make it. Hold on, everything will be alright. One more time, hold on. Your change is coming. You just gotta hold on. Don't you worry about a thing. No, hold on. You can make it. Everything. Last time everybody said, hold on. Thank you so much, everybody.
Earlier in the day, Ambassador Rice said she felt like we'd gone to church. Can I get an amen? Yeah. So hold on, change is coming. And as I close this today, on behalf of the White House, I don't want to leave without saying once again, saying thank you to Ambassador Susan Rice and her entire team. They have worked tirelessly for days in putting this together. Thank you to the 5 civil rights leaders who asked for the summit. Thank you to the administration, to the White House for listening, for responding, for elevating this issue to this level and using their bully pulpit. And to everyone who participated in our program, to those who joined us at the White House, to those who joined us virtually from across the country, we can all be uniters in this wonderful country. Have a safe and great evening. I'm going to the Congressional Hispanic Caucus Gala. I don't know about you all. Have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day, and go out there and be change.